Chapter 328. Xiong Lingquan smashed down the stone stairs. Su Lu, whose arms were restrained, dragged the two officers of the Iron 7th Division back a few steps in a flash. Logically speaking, he was unable to exert any strength, but he was able to use the strength of one person to move the bodies of three people. This only proved that he was in control of the situation the entire time. It was only now that the two officers of the Iron 7th Division knew that they had encountered a real iron plate. In the previous fight between Su Lu and Hua Xiaoxi, he had only displayed the most accurate and fast aspects of close-range combat. His true strength had been hidden the entire time. With a single misjudgment, the two officers immediately fell into a predicament. They had already pressed down on Su Li's elbow joint with all their strength, but it had no effect at all. It was like two insects wailing and waving their chelicerae, but they couldn't leave a single mark on a thick iron rod. Su Li's tone was very normal. He was indeed very strong. He had trained with Uncle Fengyu for so many years after coming to the capital ring. Other than Madman Li, he had never met anyone who could face him head-on. The ruthless anti-joint technique was completely ineffective. The two officers of the Iron 7th Division had a flash of fear in their eyes. Changwon's face was pale. A hint of despair and desperation flashed through his eyes. His hands gave up on the idea of suppressing instructor Su Li's elbow joint. Like two poisonous snakes, they wrapped around his arm. With a whistling sound, he raised his fist and punched straight at the corner of Su Li's eye. At this moment, he still hadn't given up and used a ruthless move that was enough to kill. Previously, Su Li's fingers had been repelled by the muscles on Changwon's wrist. He couldn't grasp it because Changwon had learned some thrusting kung fu in the Iron 7th Division and the Body Cultivation Hall. His body was very strong, but more importantly, he hadn't used his true terrifying strength. At this moment, a stream of heat gushed out from behind his waist, spreading to his limbs and torso. Every pair of muscle fibers were rubbing against each other, and every cell seemed to be expanding and breathing. Strong and unparalleled strength filled his entire body. How could he give his opponent a chance to counterattack? With a flip of his palm, his thumb and index finger were like two iron pincers. They gripped the joint of Changwon's upper left arm. Gathering strength at the tip of his finger, it suddenly shot out. With a ripping sound, it tore apart the sturdy military uniform and viciously clawed into the other's shoulder joint. A wave of intense pain and numbness rushed into Chang Yi's mind at the same time. The fist that was viciously aimed at the corner of Su Li's, I was still in midair, but like a viper that had been frozen to death, it went limp and limp. Since he had already made his move, he naturally wouldn't stop. Su Lu expressionlessly took a step forward. With two muffled thuds, one knee struck the inside of Changwon's knee. At the same time, his right hip pushed Chang to some distance away. Compared to Changwon, the other officer appeared to be more well-behaved, so Su Lu didn't use too much force. Instead, he took advantage of the momentum of the collision to raise his right leg again. Just like how he had kicked Hua Xiaoxi earlier, it strangely drew an arc outside his body and viciously chopped down on his thigh. These movements seemed ordinary, but Su Lu executed them with incomparable speed. Furthermore, the rhythm of each movement was very beautiful. It was simple and smooth to the extreme, making it impossible for his opponent to react. These were the 10 postures that the uncle had taught him, and they had been integrated into his blood. During battle, he did not need to use his brain to think at all. Relying on the situation in the field and his instincts, he naturally displayed them. However, this fierce kick was not taught to him by Uncle. It was more than 2 years ago when he saw Captain Tian's sharp kick on the Ancient Bell spaceship. His heart trembled, and he pondered over it day and night. Only then did he combine the intent of this kick with the 10 postures, which became his favorite attack method. However, this kick was qualitatively different from the one that had hit Hua Xiaoxi earlier. This was because Su Lu had channeled all the mysterious power in his body into his tibia. When he kicked Hua Xiaoxi, he did not use much force, so Hua Xiaoxi was sent flying. However, this kick was already as sharp as a knife. Its speed and power were extremely terrifying. Chang, too, whose thigh was hit, felt a huge force hit him. His body could not fly at all, so he had to bear the full brunt of this force. With a heart-chilling crack, Chang Air let out a muffled groan, his face pale. He was not kicked into the air, but like an old tree that was blown down by a huge gust of wind, he fell heavily onto the ground, unable to get up again. After kicking Chang Tu down, Su Li's other hand was still tightly gripping Chang One's upper arm joint. Blood was faintly seeping out from his fingertips. Since Su Lu already knew the reason for this ruthless Iron 7th Division officer's ruthlessness, he naturally would not hold back. However, this was a training base after all. The other party was a Federation officer, so he did not think of killing him on the spot. Otherwise, he would probably end up in prison again the moment he stepped out of Allure. At this time, Chang Wan still did not know that his companion had lost his ability to fight. He felt his right arm joint being gripped by the other party's iron clamp-like hand. He was unable to mobilize his strength. A strong sense of unwillingness and viciousness made his mind a little dizzy. He raised his leg and kicked at Su Li's lower abdomen. His empty left hand viciously stabbed at Su Li's eyes. In the beginning, these two Iron 7th Division officers only wanted to humiliate Su Lu by breaking his arms during combat training. Once he realized that something was amiss, Chang Wan became bold. He did not care about Su Li's identity as an instructor and used an absolutely forbidden move. This included the punch that had been aimed at the corner of Su Li's eyes, as well as the current kick and stab. No matter which action it was, it could have taken Su Li's life or left him with irreparable damage. Looking at the two fingers that were getting closer and closer to his eyes, Su Li's eyes suddenly brightened. A hint of viciousness flashed through his eyes. He retracted his left hand as fast as lightning and then struck out horizontally. Back in Linyuan, Madman Li had thrown 3 horizontal punches, but Su Lu had taken all 3 of them head-on. Today, Su Lu was also using this kind of unreasonable horizontal punch. He did not care about the fingers in front of him or the military boots that were about to reach his lower abdomen. He threw out a brutal and terrifying punch. Absolute strength and speed were like the occasional torrent of rays that wreaked havoc among the stars. No matter what kind of intricate techniques or insidious responses the opponent had, they would all be blown into disarray by this kind of absolute realm. It was an indescribable tragedy. Amidst the tearing sounds, the sleeve of Su Li's military uniform on his forearm was torn into pieces by the force of the pulsating force. The 2 fingers that were thrusting towards Su Li's eyes like a viper first met the horizontal punch. As expected, the knuckles shattered with a crisp sound. Chang Yi's eyes were full of fear. He did not pay attention to the intense pain in his left hand. With a roar, he pulled back his right arm to block his cheek before the fierce fist could reach his face. However, if Su Lu could block Madman Li's horizontal punch, how could this officer of the Iron 7th Division be able to block it? With a loud boom, Su Li's horizontal punch struck the other's vertical arm. Chang Wan's body trembled violently as he stumbled back 7 steps. However, in the end, he was unable to withstand the powerful torrent of energy and fell to the ground in a tragic manner. He rolled backwards like a rolling gourd, rolling all the way until he was out of the crowd of dumbfounded onlookers. After rolling for more than 20 meters, he finally stopped. His limbs went limp as he lay on the ground and fainted. How much strength was needed to send someone more than 20 meters away with one punch? There was a deathly silence. Xiong Lingquan, who was still bleeding from the web between his thumb and index finger, looked at Su Lu in disbelief. He felt an unprecedented chill in his heart. He thought that not only was Lao Bai right, but he also seemed to have underestimated Supervisor Su's strength. Su Lu pulled back his fist and looked down. He wiped the traces of blood from his fingertips on his military uniform and walked toward Chang Yi, who was outside the crowd. Chang Er was at his feet. His thigh was at least fractured, but his life was not in danger, so he did not need to worry. Seeing instructor Xiao Su walk toward the unconscious Chang Yi, the military cadets had shocked and complicated expressions. They did not know if instructor Xiao Su had been angered by these two officers of the Iron 7th Division and was not willing to give up. He wanted to beat them to death. Lan Xiaolong and Zhou Yu looked at each other and forcibly suppressed the shock in their hearts. They walked to Su Li's side and whispered a few words. Su Li shook his head and walked to Chang Yi's side. Looking at the unconscious officer, he said, "Call the medical team over." Chang Yi, who was unconscious on the field, had 2 fingers on his left hand that were completely shattered. Placed beside him, they looked as ugly as the chicken claws sold in the black market. What was even more frightening was that the upper arm that he used to protect his face was already fractured, and the power contained in Su Li's punch had passed through his arm bone and caused his lower jaw to be slightly deformed. A few broken teeth flew out with blood. It was truly a tragic sight to behold. This triggered Su Li's ruthless state of mind. Even though he had tried his best to protect his face, it was a pity that his face, which could not be considered handsome, could not be preserved. Fortunately, the medical and logistical support in the training base was very strong, so he probably would not die just like that. The fight on the field naturally caused a huge uproar in the training base. The 2 officers, who had passed all the examinations and were about to participate in the graduation drill, had been beaten by their instructors in school. One of them had a fractured thigh bone, while the other was seriously injured and unconscious. No matter what, this was a major incident that required investigation. The National Defense Department authorized the base to conduct an independent investigation. The base's investigation naturally would not pay attention to the fight between Instructor Su and Hua Xiaoxi. Instead, the focus of the investigation was placed on the latter. Su Lu was not worried about the results of the investigation because it was the officers who had initiated the challenge. Furthermore, he strictly abided by his duties as an instructor. He had never thought of returning a heavy blow, even though the other party had disregarded the difference in military ranks, fought 2 against 1, and even tried to seriously injure him after gaining the upper hand. During the entire process of the fight, it was not until the officer named Chang Yi used lethal and ruthless attacks again and again that the ruthlessness in his heart surged to teach the other party a lesson. He firmly believed that he was in the right. The results of the follow-up investigation also proved this point. There were a total of 50 people on the field who had witnessed the entire process with their own eyes. Even if the 17 people of Team 7 were not included, there were still many officers who testified to the base's investigation team. Instructor Su had not done anything wrong in this matter. He had only been forcefully dragged into danger by the other party, so he had no choice but to use a heavy blow to protect himself. The officers had always held great opinions and contempt for Su Lu. However, at this time, the contempt had disappeared without a trace with the ability Su Lu displayed. They were the most outstanding officers in the Federation. Naturally, they were not willing to violate military discipline in order to punish Su Lu. Moreover, soldiers had their own personal integrity. However, other than 5 officers who maintained their silence, everyone else stood on Sue Lee's side in the investigation. One day later, the 2 injured officers of the Iron 7th Division left the base and were sent by military aircraft to the Army General Hospital for treatment. The results of the base's investigation were not conclusive. Sue Lu was called by the base's commanding officer to have a talk. He was not reprimanded. What puzzled him was that the 2 officers who had caused trouble were not disciplined either. Because they were selected by the Iron 7th Division, even the base did not want to cause any more trouble and reported the disciplinary action. Sue Lu sat at the innermost table in the cafeteria with a thermal lunchbox in his hand. He couldn't help but frown as he thought about the news he had heard from the Zhou family. After this incident, he called Zhou Yu and asked her to help investigate the relationship between Park Ji-ho and the Iron 7th Division. During the fight, the officer of the Iron 7th Division, Chang Yi, thought that he was going to win and coldly said that they were going to avenge Park Ji-ho. Thinking about this, Sue Lu became a little vigilant. He often thought about the hatred the Park family had for him in the district procurator general's office, especially when he remembered the saliva of Park Ji-ho's younger sister and the frosty words of Park Ji-ho's widow in the car. He knew that the hatred of murder would never disappear. He couldn't rest assured until he figured out the true relationship between the Iron 7th Division and Park Ji-ho. Zhou Yu was the daughter of the Minister of National Defense. Under the personal guidance of Lady Tai, she had traveled extensively in the past few years. It was easy for her to investigate this matter. In just one night, she called back. It turned out that the Park family had been living in S3. Park Ji-ho's father used to be a logistics officer in the Iron 7th Division. After he retired from the military, the whole family moved to S1. When Park Ji-ho was young, he had lived in the Iron 7th Division's compound and had a good relationship with the people in the division. More importantly, Park Ji-ho had entered the 2nd Military Academy under the name of the Iron 7th Division. His performance in the academy was excellent, as long as he completed the National Defense Department's all-rounder training program. He would definitely return to the Iron 7th Division after a year of training in the Nutshell Company. In a sense, the Park Ji-ho that Sue Lu killed at the entrance of Husan Road was the Iron 7th Division's main training target. Zhou Yu warned Sue Lu on the phone that he should keep a safe distance from the Iron 7th Division in the future. This was because the trump card division of the 3rd Military Region was famous for being very protective of their own people. Sue Lu didn't understand. His backer in the Federation was really powerful. Could it be that there was really someone in the federal military who was willing to cause trouble for him? So you didn't explain too much on the phone. After all calls in and out of the base were monitored, so there were many things that couldn't be explained. She just seriously reminded Sue Lu that the Iron 7th Division was a special force in the federal military. It was very strong, and the commander of this division, Commander Du, wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they really got into a fight, even her father wouldn't be able to say anything. Iron 7th Division. Sue Lu shook his head with a bitter smile. Killing Park Ji-ho wasn't something that he planned. It was the other party's plot to harm him, and they ran into his knife. The knife flashed at the entrance of Husan Road. Park Ji-ho was dead, and he was still alive. In the eyes of the Park family and the Iron 7th Division, he was probably a shameless murderer who used the Tai family to escape justice, and Park Ji-ho was an innocent military officer who died at a young age. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little dignified and unhappy. He didn't feel guilty about killing Park Ji-ho, but he also didn't really want to provoke the Iron 7th Division. Even if Zhou Yu didn't warn him, he would have stayed away from the Iron 7th Division in the future. All the courses of the training plan had been completed, and there was going to be a small-scale tactical exercise the day after tomorrow. The instructors from the Federation had already left the base. Only Su Lu hadn't received any further orders from the Ministry of Defense, so he had to stay at the base for the time being. Tonight was the base's banquet. More than 30 military officers were talking loudly in the cafeteria. They were gobbling down food, drinking wine, and hugging each other's shoulders. They were very enthusiastic. After more than half a year of training, these military officers had developed a lot of feelings for each other. They used to be comrades, but now there was a sense of camaraderie. They all knew that they were going to be sent to the front line in the West woods soon, after today's departure. They didn't know when they would see each other again. Perhaps they would never see each other again. Naturally, there was a lot of emotion and reluctance. Tonight in the cafeteria, who knew how many military regulations had been violated? However, the base understood the emotions of these military officers, especially when they knew that these people would become high-ranking military officers after they left. They didn't want to cross the line, so they acquiesced to their nonsense. As they drank and drank, even Team 7, who had been watching from the sidelines at the beginning, was pulled into the drinking competition by these military officers. In the words of the military officers, although you guys are a little rough, you're really good at fighting. You guys haven't been classmates for a long time, but in the future, if you want to join my army, I'll definitely welcome you with open arms. No one paid any attention to Su Lu, who was sitting in the deepest corner. Su Lu didn't care either. For him, his 2+ months of life at the training base was just a promise he made to President Pabre and the Ministry of Defense. Or rather, it should be said that it was a job. He ate by himself with the lunch box in his hand. At this moment, Lan Xiaolong came over with 2 plates of food and 2 wine glasses. He said with a smile, "It's so lively over there. Why are you pretending to be lonely here?" Su Lu smiled and said, "I like liveliness, but it seems that liveliness has never liked me." Lan Xiaolong thought for a moment and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about that Iron 7th Division." Su Lu was silent for a moment and said, "I've offended this teacher too much this time. I'll have to stay away from him in the future." Lan Xiaolong poured him a glass of wine and said, "Let me tell you a piece of bad news. At the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow, the headquarters of these military officers will send people to pick them up. The Iron 7th Division will also send people." Su Lu narrowed his eyes. The Ministry of Defense values this training very much. Lan Xiaolong looked at the wine glass and said with slight worry, "The Iron 7th Division will send people to pick them up. It's the teacher, Du Chongqing." Chapter 329. Division Commander Du Xiaoqing. Su Lu was both unfamiliar and familiar with this name. Before these few days, he didn't even know that the 3rd Military Region had an unbreakable Iron 7 Division, much less that the division commander of the Iron 7 Division was called Du Xiaoqing. But after Zhou Yu's warning over the phone, he had developed a natural sense of vigilance towards this name. Du Xiaoqing. These 3 words were written as thin as bones, but they were filled with the aura of steel. When read aloud, these 3 monosyllabic words seemed to have some sort of lethality when they came out of anyone's mouth. Even Lan Xiaolong, who said them with a hint of worry, still felt this way. Su Lu was silent for a long time. The reason why this division commander's name could make him feel so emotional was all because of those 2 fearless officers and the tolerance the base had for the Iron 7 Division. Combined, it seemed that when people mentioned this division commander, their emotions would become somewhat unnatural, and they would feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. But this was just a division commander. Just as he was about to ask Lan Xiaolong about the Iron 7 Division, The officers who were making a ruckus suddenly quietened down. This was because Zhou Yu had just walked over to the table in the corner with a glass of wine in his hand. Everyone quietly watched this scene. Everyone laughed and drank while Su Lu sat alone in the corner. This couldn't be considered a deliberate exclusion. It was just a natural boundary between the instructor and the students. Moreover, the two sides hadn't gotten along very well in the past few months. But Zhou Yu's actions seemed to be breaking some sort of boundary. Zhou Yu smiled and lowered his body, clinking his glass with Su Li's, and said, "These past 2 months, you've been teaching them attentively. They're actually very grateful, but they just can't bring themselves to come over." Su Lu didn't think about the Iron 7 division again. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "It's just work." Zhou Yu had once followed the entire development of the MX Mecha in the Nutshell Engineering Department, so he naturally knew that Su Lu had really given his all in these 2 months, teaching all he knew about the MX Mecha to these officers. The federal military didn't have a standard tutorial for the MX Mecha in the first place. What Su Lu did was beneficial to the federal military, but its effects could be maintained for a long time. Su Lu looked at him and smiled. In the past 2 months, Zhou Yu had not had much personal contact with him. He knew very well that this was some sort of unspoken rule in the military camp, so he did not understand why the other party wanted to break this rule today. Zhou Yu seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He smiled warmly and said, "We're about to graduate. There's no need to worry about anything else. Regardless of what others think, I still have to thank you. You're the one who doesn't need to thank me. With your understanding of MX, you'll be able to grasp it immediately even without these lessons." Su Lu downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. His chest felt slightly spicy, and he exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. Pursing his lips, he smiled and said, "Just like how you were in the first Academy's Mecha faculty. You're still number 1. Zhou Yu broke the invisible dividing line in the canteen. After a moment of silence, a person whom Su Lu had not expected also walked over with a wine cup in his hand. This officer had a serious expression on his face. He lightly clinked his cup with Su Lu and said in a deep voice, "Commanding officer of the West Woods Special Mecha Battalion, Hua Xiaoxi, thank you, Instructor Su, for your hard work these past 2 months." Su Lu stared at Hua Xiaoxi's dark face and was speechless. The spicy feeling in his chest turned into warmth. He smiled but didn't say anything. He only drank the full cup of wine that Lan Xiaolong had poured for him and drank with the other. Hua Xiaoxi gave him a formal military salute and then turned around to return to his own table. There wasn't any irreconcilable hatred to begin with. The stiff mood between Su Lu and the officers was mostly caused by the unique atmosphere in the military camp. This kind of mood came and went quickly. The officers had already noticed that after the assessment, Instructor Little Su no longer wore those damn sunglasses. His smile was so amiable that it was as bright as the sun. When they looked back, they realized that the sarcastic and mean instructor in the past was just a mask that he had deliberately put on. And after Su Lu perfectly demonstrated his ability from theory to actual combat, the humiliation and shock they had received in class was gradually thrown to the back of the officers' minds. With this kind of situation as a prerequisite, Su Lu only needed an opportunity to break the silence between him and the officers. Zhou Yu and Hua Xiaoxi's toasts were precisely this opportunity. A small and thin officer walked over with a smile and said, "First Military Region's Mechanical Automation Research Institute, Captain Lin, AI." After saying this captain drained the wine in his cup in one gulp, gave a military salute, and then turned to leave. Second Military Region's 11th Automated Army Group, Major Hele, Federal Fleet's Circular Base, Captain Mizuru. With this as the beginning, after a moment of contemplation, More and more officers walked over with wine cups to toast Su Lu. In the end, they actually formed groups of 2 or 3. There was an endless stream of people who came and went to toast. Other than the solemn and formal introductions of the troops and military ranks they belonged to during the process of toasting, Su Lu and the officers were silent. They didn't say a word, but their eyes were filled with smiles. Su Li's eyes were smiling like 2 crescent moons. Their gazes met, and there was an indescribable tacit understanding. Lan Xiaolong smiled as he poured wine for Su Lu. His cup was never empty. After a round of toasting, the 2 bottles of strong wine he had brought over had long been finished. The crowd around the table gradually dispersed. Lan Xiaolong looked at the gradually intoxicated Su Lu and couldn't help but sigh in praise. Wine doesn't make one drunk, but one gets drunk. The friendship between teacher and student, the relationship between teacher and student, you've taught so many future cornerstones of the Federation. In the future, on the battlefield, just how abundant of a capital will this be? It was unknown what kind of emotion it was, but it made Su Lu feel that the cafeteria was filled with a solemn and warm feeling. He drank close to 2 gin of strong wine, and his drunkenness had long entered his brain. He narrowed his eyes and looked at those officers who were at the peak of their lives. He thought that perhaps in a few more days they would follow their respective troops to the front lines. In the battle against the Empire's invaders, they would spill their hot blood in exchange for the peace of the Federation's people. These faces, whether fat or thin, beautiful or ugly, perhaps would never be seen again in the future. With this thought, hot blood poured into his chest. If it were someone else, perhaps at this moment, they would have slammed the table, stood up, and gathered the officers in front of them. They would loudly and powerfully speak about youth, hot-bloodedness, and sacrifice. However, Su Lu was just Su Lu. He couldn't do this kind of thing. He remained silent as usual. He narrowed his eyes and looked at those officers. He put the bottle to his mouth and drank the remaining wine in the bottle in one gulp. His chest wasn't carefree, but at least it was somewhat satisfying. However, there were still 5 officers in the cafeteria. They sat silently at their small tables. They didn't take advantage of the alcohol to play with those officers, pour out their hearts, or curse the Empire's dogs. Instead, they coldly watched all of this. Lan Xiaolong stared in that direction. He moved close to Su Li's ear and said softly, "The 5 officers who didn't toast are all from the Iron 7th Division. The officers from the Iron 7th Division naturally wouldn't toast to Su Lu. However, whether it was because of the Iron 7th Division's strict discipline or some other reason, the 5 officers at the table didn't even pay attention to the other officers. It was a bit strange in the cafeteria. What shocked Su Lu wasn't this strange atmosphere, but Lan Xiaolong's reminder. He originally thought that the Iron 7th Division only sent 2 officers to the base for training. At this time, he had already beaten them to the Army General Hospital. He didn't expect that there were actually 5 officers from the Iron 7th Division in the base. The Federation specially organized an anti-terrorism exercise and carefully selected 30 officers to participate in this secret training. It was hoped that these people would be able to independently support a side of the war in the future. However, just the Iron 7th Division alone took up 7 of the spots. How many divisions were there in the federal military? The Iron 7th Division alone took up 1/5 of the quota. Su Li's heart was filled with endless shock. What kind of division was this? How strong was the training level and military quality of this division to be able to achieve such shocking results? To be able to train such a division, what kind of person was Du Shaoqing? Thinking about the matter between himself and the Iron 7th Division, and how he had just destroyed 2 officers from the Iron 7th Division who had limitless futures, Su Li's drunkenness actually subsided a little. His eyes were still bright, but he narrowed them even more. Lan Xiaolong saw his mood and asked with a frown, "You don't know about the Iron 7th Division?" Su Li shook his head. When Lan Xiaolong realized that he was not a real soldier, he showed a look of understanding. From Lan Xiaolong's description, Su Lu learned about the shocking history and exceptionally strange current situation of the Iron 7th Division. The 7th Mechanic Division of the 3rd Military Region, during the Second Defensive War of the Federation, ushered in a bloody battle at the Huiming Corridor in the West Woods, facing 3 reorganized brigades of the Empire. The division alone completed an unbelievable mission on administrative planet 5460, which bought precious time for the Federation's main forces to surround the Empire. However, the 7th Division paid a huge price for this, suffering heavy casualties and losing a large number of people. It could be said that the entire division was buried in that planet filled with blood and smoke. During the post-war reorganization, the 7th Division, whose division commander and company commander all died on the battlefield, almost had its designation revoked. However, at this time, the Federation's news channel broadcasted a tragic video recording of the Iron 7th Division's sniper attack. This caused a huge uproar within the Federation. The Veteran Association, which had already begun to show its power at that time, organized an angry demonstration that directly surrounded the Parliament Hill and the President's residence. Under this kind of pressure, the federal military had no choice but to withdraw the order to revoke the 7th Division's designation. Instead, they announced that they had begun to rebuild the division. Whether it was equipment or personnel, they allocated to the 7th Division according to the status of an absolute ace. They also gave the Mechanic Division the title of Iron 7th Division. The glory of the Iron 7th Division spread throughout the universe until the god of war, Li Bofu, left his division. Only then did the 1st Military Region's 17th Armored Division completely overwhelm the Iron 7th Division, establishing its position as the Federation's #1 division. The once glorious Iron 7th Division, due to certain reasons, gradually disappeared from the Federation's people's memories. Why is that? Su Lu held the beer bottle tightly and listened to Lan Xiaolong's narration seriously. His mood fluctuated along with the bloody history of the Iron 7th Division. His vigilance and resistance toward the name Iron 7th Division gradually turned into a trace of disappointment. There are many theories, most of which are related to the evaluation of Battle 5460. Many big shots in the military have always had doubts about the process of that battle. Later, due to the pressure of public opinion, they rebuilt the division, but they didn't want to pay attention to it anymore. It seems to be a scar on our history. Lan Xiaolong said faintly, "Those big shots are long dead. No one knows the truth of history." However, just as the Iron 7th Division was stationed in S3 for decades, and was so lonely that only the name of the Iron 7th Division remained, Du Xiaoqing, who had graduated from the 1st Academy, came to this forgotten corner. The story of the Iron 7th Division began once again. Chapter 330. Du Xiaoqing was 37 years old this year. After he graduated from the 1st Military Academy, he was directly recruited by the Department of Defense and transferred to the 3rd Military Region. He requested to enter the 7th Mechanic Division and become the commander of the division's independent battalion. S3 had always been located on the side of the capital ring. It enjoyed the wealth of the Federation and was far away from the flames of war and political struggles. Its people were simple and peaceful, and it gradually became a star system that was ignored by the people of the Federation. The 7th Mechanic Division, which was stationed in the capital of the administrative planet of S3, was naturally ignored and almost forgotten by the people. because they were disliked by the upper echelons of the military. However, just 1 year after Du Shaoqing officially entered the 7th Mechanic Division, in a routine military exercise organized by the 3rd Military Region of the Federation, the 7th Mechanic Division that had been silent for a long time suddenly shone brightly. In more than a month of comprehensive military exercises, the 7th Mechanic Division gave the headquarters of the 3rd Military Region a huge surprise. Mobility test, quick reaction ability, automatic digital combat ability. There were a total of 17 test indicators, and the 7th Mechanic Division actually obtained first place in 15 of them, obtaining an uncontested and overwhelming victory. At that time, the unit that represented the 7th Mechanic Division in the comprehensive military exercise was the Independent Battalion led by Du Shaoqing. After this battle, it was as if the dust on the 7th Division had been washed away by someone. With strict discipline, daunting and arduous training, and the explosive advancement of the commanders at all levels, the 7th Division had become an intimidating steel fighting machine. After that, in 3 consecutive military exercises, the 7th Mechanic Division obtained consecutive victories easily and silently, shocking the entire 3rd Military Region. Even the Department of Defense expressed concern. After that, the 7th Mechanic Division began to represent the 3rd Military Region to participate in large-scale military exercises organized by the Federation. Whether it was the Interplanetary Support Landing Battle or the Deep Strike Battle, the 7th Mechanic Division displayed their incomparable combat ability, crushing their brothers and sisters like dry weeds. Other than these large-scale military exercises, the soldiers that the 7th Mechanic Division sent to participate in the Federation's small-scale training, military camp competitions, and anti-terrorism exercises would always obtain victory coldly. Ever since Du Shaoqing came to the 7th Mechanic Division, the division had always gotten first place in every federal military assessment that they participated in. They had never gotten second place once. The federal military was as strong as a forest. It was not difficult to get first place in so many exercises. However, if they got first place every time, it could only mean that the training level of the division and the commanding ability of the commander were excellent to the extreme. During the drill, the Iron 7 Division displayed incomparably strict military discipline and incomparably powerful combat ability. The federal military watched in shock as the 7th Mechanic revealed his brilliance and approached the name of the Iron 7th Division step by step. As for the rest of the troops, they watched this scene with vigilance, unease, and admiration. Getting first place in 37 military exercises in a row had firmly engraved the name of the Iron 7th Division in the federal military's honor book. No one knew if there would be a division that could do this in the future, but in the past tens of thousands of years of history, there had never been a division that had been able to win like the Iron 7th Division for 8 years. The 3rd Military Region, which did not have a very high position in the federal military, no longer cared about the questionable Battle 5460 and the bad impression that the military had of the 7th Mechanic Division. Based on the achievements of the Iron 7th Division, the 3rd Military Region did not hesitate to treat the 7th Mechanic Division as their trump card. Whether it was equipment or honor, the 7th Mechanic Division gave them everything they had. During these continuous maneuvers, the 7th Mechanic Division truly gained the reputation of the Iron 7th Division. Du Shaoqing also rose from a battalion commander to a regiment commander. Finally, at the age of 33, he became the youngest division commander in the history of the Federation. He even broke Li Pifu's record. No one had any doubts about this. Although the Iron 7th Division had never shown its sharp fangs at the front line of the Westwoods to this day, and had never obtained any real military exploits. But when the Iron 7th Division was mentioned, the trump card troops of the various military regions who had encountered the division in maneuvers would think of the Iron 7th Division in the mountains and on the mineral planets. It was as condensed as a fist, scattered like a gust of wind, roaring and howling. It was an iron-blooded division with a cold steel will in its strict and solemn demeanor. These trump-card troops were really frightened by the Iron 7th Division in many maneuvers. They absolutely believed that if a division like the Iron 7th Division was sent to the front line, it would be easy for them to achieve their own great military exploits. And Du Xiaoqing, who had personally trained this kind of division, of course, he was qualified, and only he was qualified to be the commander of such a division. Su Lu held his empty wine glass and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. He thought about how Du Xiaoqing was able to turn a division that had been deliberately abandoned by the military into a well-disciplined and terrifyingly well-trained Iron 7th Division. He led this division to achieve such a fierce military exploits. He was really not an ordinary person. He could really be said to be extremely talented and had extraordinary perseverance. Or maybe he was just like Li Pifu, a peerless military genius. If he was remembered by such a person, it would not be very good news. When Lan Xiaolong was telling these stories, a few people were sitting around the table. The combat personnel of Iron 7th Division did not toast to Su Lu. Instead, they brought their lunch boxes to the table, which seemed to indicate some kind of attitude. Xiong Lingquan frowned and looked at Su Lu. He suddenly said, "I know that the Iron 7th Division is very fierce, but Du Xiaoqing is just one person. He wants to become the second army god. He doesn't even know if the Empire will agree. If he really has the ability, he should take the initiative to go fight a few battles in the Westwoods." Over the past year, the seniors of Iron 7th Division had heard a lot about Su Li's achievements from Bai Yulan. They found it hard to believe, but after seeing it with their own eyes in the training base, it had a certain impact on their minds. They knew very well that in the years to come, Su Lu would always be the supervisor of Iron 7th Division. They would be Su Li's men. Although they still could not say that they were very close to Su Lu right now, when they saw him worrying about the Iron 7th Division, they subconsciously mocked him a little. After all, in front of outsiders, they had always been on Su Li's side. The Iron 7th Division had been dazzling and imposing in the military all these years because of a series of achievements. However, they did not have a reputation in the Federation. It was precisely because of this that the Iron 7th Division's biggest problem was that they had never been to the front lines in the Westwoods. Therefore, Xiong Linxuan's question was tantamount to directly asking a question about the Iron 7th Division's most vital part. The soldiers of the Federation valued honor above all else. The 5 officers of the Iron 7th Division, who had been silently eating in the distance, heard Xiong Linxuan's question. A hint of anger flashed across their cold faces. One of the officers suddenly stood up and angrily rebuked Su Li's table. "My division commander has written a letter in blood requesting to fight 103 times. Who dares to say that my division doesn't dare to fight?" Hearing this powerful and resonant sentence, the people at Su Li's table fell silent. Xiong Linquan opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not retort. After all, this involved the most important issue of a division's reputation. Instead, it was Lan Xiaolong who said with a smile, "Don't tell me that the soldiers under Division Commander Du are all like your 2 colleagues who were carried away? From the looks of it, Division Commander Du is just SOSO." The officer who had stood up to debate for the Iron 7 Division had a frosty expression on his face as he said in a cold voice, "Division Commander Xiaoqing graduated first from the 1st Affiliated High School of the capital 1st Affiliated High School, entered the 1st Military Academy first, and graduated first from the 1st Military Academy first. A member of the Federation's Trinity Association, the youngest division commander in the Federation. If this is all there is to it, then who can bring it out to compare?" This officer's voice was very cold, but there was a hint of fanaticism in it. The indifference was directed at Sue Lee's table, but the fanaticism showed the admiration and reverence that the Iron 7th Division officers had for this division commander. The best high school in the Federation was the Capital University-affiliated high school, and the most difficult school to get into was the First Military Academy. The Federation had a population of more than 10 billion, and these two most prestigious schools had gathered countless geniuses and elites. Previously, when this officer repeated Du Shaoqing's resume, this division commander had actually gotten first place 3 times in a row. According to the simple life before the catastrophe depicted in the movies, this kind of excellent result was equivalent to getting first place in the 3 examinations, which was extremely rare. The Trinity Association's history was exactly like this. Until today, there were only a dozen members of the Federation's Trinity Association, and most of them were already old men. It was no wonder that when this officer talked about his teacher, his back was ramrod straight, and his face was full of pride. Hearing this, Sue Lee's table was shocked into silence, thinking that Du Shaoqing's resume was really a mess. Even Lan Xiaolong's lips curled into a cold smile, but he didn't say anything because he really couldn't find a loophole to attack this impeccable division commander. Su Lu was also shocked, but what surprised him was the Iron 7th Division officers' fanatical reverence and worship for their division commander. Based on his rough understanding, he always felt that this kind of situation in the military wasn't a good thing. The Iron 7th Division officers' eyes were as cold as ice, but this kind of calm that was about to freeze represented their pride and glory. Although they didn't show any contempt or disdain, they made the people standing opposite them feel a sense of pressure and displeasure. Su Lu had drunk a lot tonight, so he was a little excited. Feeling the coldness and disdain of the Iron 7th Division officers, he shook his head and said, "I happen to know 2 people who are qualified to enter the Trinity Association. One of them is now a secretary, and the other one is in prison." He smiled, looked up at the officer, and said, "So this doesn't mean anything. I think your division commander, doesn't want you to talk about his childhood every day." The officer's expression stiffened, and when he was about to say something, Su Lu said seriously, "If you don't believe me, you can ask around and see if I'm lying." The 2 people he was talking about were Secretary Shen Li and Shi Qinghai from the back mountain of Macho. One was the person in charge of the Tai family, and the other was the person who had manipulated the presidential election and assassinated Macklin. It was not a disgrace to Du Shaoqing's status as a teacher. However, he only said that one was a secretary, and the other was in prison. This made the people of the Iron 7 Division very angry. The 5 Iron 7th Division officers realized that Instructor Su didn't seem to be lying. After a moment of silence, they saluted and left the busy cafeteria. Su Lu looked at the 5 officers, who didn't fit in with the surrounding environment, and couldn't help but frown. Lan Xiaolong asked, "Is what you said true?" Su Lu paused for a moment before he realized that he was asking about Secretary Shen and Mr. Shi. He smiled and said, "Of course it's true. I rarely lie." Chapter 331. There are many theories. Some say that the Iron 7th Division's performance is too strong. Coincidentally, the situation between the Federation and the Empire has been relatively calm in the past 10 years. If they were to use the 3rd Military Region's trump card division to fight in the Westwoods, it would seem that they value the Empire too much. It was already late at night. The early autumn breeze blew on Su Li's hot cheeks, waking him up a little. After getting drunk in the cafeteria, Lan Xiaolong and Zhou Yu forcefully dragged him out and were now walking towards the instructor's apartment. Lan Xiaolong shrugged, but this habitual action almost made Su Lu vomit. he heard the major of the 83-84 mocking, "Trump card division?" The war gods set the strategy of fighting in the West Woods years ago in order to maintain the combat effectiveness of the army in a relatively calm environment. The trump card divisions of the 4 military regions, the Iron Army, which one of them isn't yelling and rushing to the West Woods. Why don't I see the Department of Defense keeping them as a last resort? I don't agree with you. The Iron 7th Division's performance in the various military exercises is indeed too strong. When I was in school, the instructors once discussed this issue. The Federation believes that good steel should be used on warship rams. Iron-blooded troops like the Iron 7th Division have always been suppressing their pride and anger, not allowing them to be deployed, just so that they can be the vanguard of an expedition against the Empire in the future. Zhou Yu said he had graduated from the 1st Military Academy, so the discussion of those professors and lecturers made some sense. Even if what you said makes sense, even though I don't like the Iron 7th Division, I still have to admit their combat effectiveness. Lan Xiaolong's expression was a little lonely. We don't know why the Federation didn't allow them to fight in the West Woods. Su Lu let out a drunken burp. He was too lazy to speak, but when he heard the words that entered his ears, he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. From the attitude of the officers in the training base, the soldiers of the Federation respected and distanced themselves from the Iron 7 Division. The feelings of admiration and discomfort were tangled together, but very few people were like Lan Xiaolong and Xiong Lingquan earlier, directly expressing their dissatisfaction. Lan Xiaolong changed the topic and said mockingly, "Regarding the issue we discussed, there's always a rumor going around. Why the Federation didn't allow the Iron 7th Division to go to the West Woods? What rumor?" Commander Zhong of the West Woods Military District. Lan Xiaolong smiled mysteriously and said, "He used to be a classmate of Du Shaoqing, but I heard that Commander Zhong hated this person so much that he directly flipped out to the Ministry of Defense and firmly refused to allow the Iron 7th Division to fight in the West Woods." When Su Lu and Zhou Yu heard this for the first time, they couldn't help but be shocked. They thought to themselves, how could a great general of the Federation directly go against the orders of the Ministry of Defense just because of some personal feelings? But after thinking about it silently, it seemed that only this kind of seemingly unreliable rumor could explain why Du Shaoqing couldn't find any opportunity to set foot in the West Woods, even though he had been outstanding for more than 10 years. The Zhong family of the West Woods was the only one of the 7 major families of the Federation that had military power. The current head of the family was Little Watermelon's father, Commander Zhong of the West Woods Military District. There were 4 major military academies and 4 major military districts in the Federation. However, when people talked about the 4th Military Academy and the 4th Military District in the West Woods, they were already used to calling them the West Woods Military District, and the West Woods Military Academy Commander Zhong controlled the military power of the West Woods region, and the Zhong family secretly controlled the politics and economy of the West Woods region. If it wasn't for the glory of the charter that spread throughout the universe, this big shot who seemed to have a corner of the universe was completely like a warlord. Probably only this kind of local tyrant could brazenly exclude Du Shaoqing from the West Woods for so many years. When Commander Zhong gets angry, the president can't do anything, and the Department of Defense can't do anything either. This is probably the biggest helplessness of Du Shaoqing's life. Lan Xiaolong said with slight sarcasm, but Du Shaoqing can be considered a stubborn person. With his ability to manage an army and command strategy, how could he only be promoted to Major General this year? For the past few years, the 3rd Military District has been trying to promote him and transfer him to the headquarters. Even the Joint Chiefs of Staff are interested in transferring him to the capital to train him well, but this person is determined not to agree. He just wants to stay in the position of commander of the Iron 7th Division. The drunk Sulu listened to these words in a daze. He remembered some of it and forgot some of it. He just felt the alcohol rush to his head and fell asleep. After getting drunk, he fell into a dark and sweet dream. In his dream, he saw a lot of things. Shi Qinghai had been locked up for a lifetime. When he was released from prison, his hair was already silver, but he was still flirting with the female officer guarding him. Li Wei was holding a machete and looking at the crowd on both sides with a face full of fear. On one side of the crowd was the calm Lady Tai, and on the other side was the kind Madame Zhong. He didn't seem to know which side to walk to. Su Lu also dreamed of a head of purple hair, a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and a certain young genius girl with big breasts. In his dream, there was also a very faint, beautiful face, but he couldn't remember who it was. He also dreamed of an old butler wearing a black suit. During his time in the black prison of Foxfort, he often saw this old butler. Although he could clearly recognize that the other party was the incarnation of some great existence in his dreams, he was already fearless. He walked over with a smile on his face. However, this old thing was somewhat abnormal today. His face was so solemn that it made one's heart palpitate. It seemed that in the next moment, he would turn into countless rays of white light that would envelop Su Li's body and slowly devour it like some single-celled organism, leaving not a single bone behind. Su Lu was very frightened in his dream because he knew that he didn't have many methods to resist the other party. However, he forcefully concealed his fear and forced a smile. He extended his non-existent hands to touch the old butler's wrinkled face. At this moment, the old butler's frosty face finally disappeared. He became like a mischievous child, using his pair of eyes full of wisdom and absolute calmness. He showed Su Lu what the taste of a shrewd and ruthless craftiness was like. In the end, the old butler's face became as white as a sheet of paper, as white as a snowy mountain. However, he wore the military uniform of a major general. His figure was as straight as a cedar tree in the mountains, emitting a bone-piercing chill. Su Lu woke up and quietly looked at the sky outside the window. He wasn't sure if this dream was auspicious or inauspicious. He didn't know if the central computer in the Bureau of Proclamations underground would always silently watch him like this. However, he knew very well what the officer who appeared in the end represented. It represented the big trouble he was about to encounter soon. That teacher named Du Xiaoqing. However, he was fearless. After experiencing so many trials and storms, it would probably be difficult for even the most outstanding figure in the Federation to disturb his state of mind. After washing up, he began to call the relevant departments of the Federation government. He called Zhou and that Madame Zhong. He was in the training base. He was worried about his two friends. Other than calling, it seemed like he couldn't do anything else. Time passed quickly as the radio waves flowed through the phone. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the graduation ceremony at the training base. The Federation government attached great importance to the military officer training this time. In order to evaluate the results, they specially arranged a temporary military exercise. They transferred 3 fully mechanized divisions and handed them to the military officer students who were about to graduate. This allowed them to demonstrate their combat ability in all aspects. On this day, there were specks of yellow in the lush mountains behind them. With the feeling of autumn, they welcomed countless important figures and Federation soldiers who had come from afar. All kinds of military spaceships and planes arrived with a roar. Accompanied by a dense group of combat helicopters, they landed on a special airport. For a moment, military flags fluttered, military songs resonated, and the sound of footsteps rang out. Countless military officers from the departments directly under the Ministry of Defense and various military regions came to watch the ceremony. Su Lu and the members of Team 7 stood in the shade to the side of the rostrum. Looking at the high-ranking military officers on the rostrum, they were surprised to see a lieutenant general and several major generals. The military exercise officially began. The holographic screen on the rostrum, with the help of the Bureau of Proclamation, accurately displayed the situation of the military exercise in the mountains and the fields. The purpose of this military exercise was to show the results of the training, so the higher-ups of the federal military were not nervous. They even took advantage of the time when the military exercise was advancing to the designated area to receive all the military officers who participated in the training. Su Lu was naturally among those who were received. What made Team 7 and the rest of the military officers extremely shocked was that the lieutenant general on the rostrum, who was also the deputy commander of the 1st Military Region, was incomparably friendly when he personally received Su Lu. Even the major generals behind him were sincerely encouraging him with warm words. Su Lu himself knew the reason, so he could naturally guard his heart and not show a trace of arrogance. In fact, he had nothing to be proud of. What made him vigilant was that except for Lieutenant General E, the other high-ranking military officers looked at him with admiration in their eyes. There was also a trace of extremely complicated and strange emotions. The military god left Philadelphia for the first time in order to enter the military prison of Chingcheng to see this young man. This matter was not a secret among the higher-ups of the federal military, and the military officers on the rostrum were all very clear about this. They knew that Su Lu was a person with a strong backer, but they also knew that there was some trouble between him and the Iron 7th Division. They were all very curious about what would happen when Su Lu and teacher Du Xiaoqing, who was as cold as ice, met at the graduation ceremony. Su Lu received the Order of Commendation from the military officers and returned to the team under the shade of the trees. Lan Xiaolong, who had been standing behind him, said softly, "Du Xiaoqing is here, but he has never liked to show his face in public. Today, he is mainly here to pick up his own soldiers. I will tell you when I recognize them." Su Lu shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and quietly watched the situation on the holographic screen. His smiling face was extremely calm, but his heart began to become vigilant because he felt a pair of emotionless eyes looking at him. Behind the rostrum, a major general slowly retracted his gaze and stood indifferently with his hands behind his back. Stars shone on the shoulders of his well-ironed military uniform. This person wore a pair of black leather gloves and polished military boots. His posture was extremely tall and straight, and his standing posture did not deviate an inch. The details were impeccable. However, whether it was the stars on his shoulder or the reflection of his gloves and military boots, nothing could hide the brilliance of this person's body. This middle-aged general's eyebrows were like unsheathed swords, but they were slightly covered by the shadow of the standard military cap. His whole body exuded a sense of perseverance and calmness, not like an iceberg, but like a cedar tree on an iceberg. In this noisy drill ground, there was a great sense of transcendence. Such a person was naturally Du Xiaoqing. Chapter 332. Du Xiaoqing, the youngest commander in the history of the Federation, the famous general of a generation who had infinite expectations placed on him by the military, stood meticulously in an inconspicuous corner of the rostrum, but he attracted the attention of most people. Since ancient times, all famous generals had fought bravely on the battlefield, without mountains of bones, fireworks like death rays, and without actual battle achievements. Who could be called a famous general? However, Du Xiaoqing successfully overturned this rule. In the past 10 years, Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7 Division had never set foot on the front lines of the West Woods. However, in countless military exercises, Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7 Division had perfectly demonstrated their powerful combat ability and commanding wisdom, vividly displaying their unique and fierce characteristics. The strategic advisors of the federal military and the major military academies, on the other hand, highly praised his military command theories. They acknowledged that he was the first general in the military who could perfectly combine macro-strategic intentions with specific tactical deductions after the military god, Li Bofu, Du Shaoqing, who had never failed in his military career and whose art of commanding had been written into the teaching materials of the military academy, was certainly a famous general of a generation. Unfortunately, the biggest flaw of being a famous general was that he didn't have the opportunity to be stained with the blood of the people of the Imperium and the dust of the West Woods. This was definitely the biggest regret of Du Shaoqing's life, and also his goal. However, there was still a lot of time left for him. If the war between the Federation and the Imperium broke out again, the Iron 7 Division would have to be on the front lines one day. But right now, he could only wear the hat of a military genius and wear the title of a famous general, stay in the capital ring a little lonely and angry, and participate in these meaningless military exercises and graduation ceremonies. The coldness emitted by the well-ironed military uniform and shiny military boots was probably a true portrayal of this commander's inner feelings. Glancing at Du Shaoqing from the corner of his eyes, Su Li's eyes quickly blinked. Such a peerless figure was like a tiger locked in a laboratory, unable to roar and run in the forest. After a long period of depression, it was likely that he would become even more dangerous. At this time, Lan Xiaolong also saw Du Shaoqing on the stage. The veins on his forehead bulged and then disappeared. He said in a cold tone, "Do you know why this military genius is not willing to be promoted to the 3 military regions and not willing to go to the Ministry of National Defense? That's because he wants to lead the Iron 7th Division to the West Woods or even to the Empire. He wants to be a commander and lead the Iron 7th Division to the West Woods or even to the Empire. He wants to make a name for himself. Otherwise, everyone will flatter him and say that he's a famous general. The best place for the general to return to should be on a burning warship." Su Lu looked at the major general on the stage, who was like a cedar tree, and thought for a while. He then slowly said a Federation proverb. "It's not strange that he has this kind of stubbornness. That's because the god of war was fought by our division's commander. When this commander Du first joined the army, every step he took seemed to be following the steps of his old commander. He copied his old commander completely," Lan Xiaolong said coldly and mockingly. "In fact, a lot of people have already seen that Du Shaoqing wants to be the second god of war of the Federation. A soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier, and a general who didn't want to be a god of war probably wouldn't have a bright future." Su Lu had heard too much about the achievements of the Iron 7 Division in the past few days. He knew that Du Shaoqing was a person with amazing talent and a strong will. If he hadn't been suppressed by the big shot of the Zhong family in the West Woods, he probably would have already made outstanding military achievements. It wouldn't be impossible for him to catch up with the old man in Philadelphia. Lan Xiaolong was silent for a while, and then suddenly said with a hint of sadness, "I was in the 17th Division when I joined the army. Back then, when the commander sealed up the marshal's uniform, the 17th Division accepted the military order to become a regular ground force and was transferred to the Hongdu Garrison District. The designation was changed to 83-84. Before the designation was changed, the Federation held a joint military exercise. In fact, it was just to send off the 17th Division. During the exercise, all the brother units gave us face. At that time, our division was filled with sadness, so we didn't do much. Only the Iron 7 Division of the 3rd Military Region looked like they had taken an aphrodisiac when they saw our division. Their faces were dark, and they chased after us like ghosts. What happened in the end? It was the first time that Sulu knew about this. He turned around and asked in surprise. Our division lost. Lan Xiaolong lowered his head slightly and said in a heavy tone, "The 17th Division has always been the first division of the Federation. It was an undefeated division that was personally created by the old man. Even in the territory of the Empire, it had never tasted defeat, let alone a mere military exercise. But in the last military exercise before the designation was changed, we lost. We lost to the Iron 7 Division of the 3rd Military Region. At that time, Du Shaoqing wasn't the commander of the Iron 7 Division. He was the military officer in charge of tactical deduction in his division." Lan Xiaolong raised his head and stared at Du Shaoqing and the officers of the Iron 7 Division in the distance with disgust. He said coldly, "In order to build up his reputation, he took advantage of the fact that our division's morale was still unstable to beat us at the 17th Division's farewell ceremony. After we were transferred to the Garrison Division, there was no way for us to win back. This Commander Du is really shameless to the extreme." Su Lu was silent for a long time. The competition between the various divisions in the military had always been extremely cruel. If that military exercise was said to be a farewell ceremony for the 17th Division and a ceremony for the retirement of Army God Li Pifu, then Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7 Division actually won. On one hand, it showed the combat ability of the Iron 7 Division. On the other hand, it also showed how terrifyingly strong this Commander Du's desire for victory was. To be able to personally defeat the 17th Division that was trained by Army God Li Pifu was probably the thing that Du Shaoqing looked forward to the most. Although our division is a bit weak right now, no one will forget when this matter is mentioned. Lan Xiaolong looked coldly at the Major General on the stage and said, "One day, we will get back this face and avenge our teacher." At this time, Su Lu finally understood why Lan Xiaolong always showed a very targeted disgust towards the Iron 7 Division and Commander Du Shaoqing. He was not like the other Federation officers who were respectful and distant, but also couldn't hide their admiration. The Iron 7 Division defeated the 17th Division, but I don't know if this commander can catch up to that old man in Philadelphia, he thought as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Du Shaoqing's tall and straight figure on the stage. While the two were quietly discussing, the military exercise codenamed Graduation Day had also entered a heated phase. The color blocks that represented different troops on the giant screen gradually spread across the barren hills in a gradual manner. The simulated environment of this military exercise was a small, occupied, administrative planet at the edge of Westwood, and the troops that would be playing the role of the Empire's army was a division of the Iron 7 Division that had been dispatched from the distant 3rd Military Region. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the situation map on the holographic screen and the real-time feedback of the military strength fluctuations. Naturally, he thought of the officers that he had spent a few months with. Today, these officers were randomly assigned to form a battlefield command headquarters and led their own troops to carry out the established tasks of the military exercise. They were originally outstanding military talents, and they had also received comprehensive training. Whether it was commanding or tactical courage, when leading the attack, there was no problem. However, when he thought that their opponent was the Iron 7 Division, Su Lu was a little worried. After all, he was also one of the instructors, and he really hoped that they could produce a good result. However, the situation of the military exercise did not develop as he had hoped. Su Lu was not a professional officer, and he had not received any relevant education. However, Judging from the data fed back from the light beam and the frosty faces of the generals of the Federation, he knew that the troops led by the graduates were not in an advantageous situation right now. The image of the mountain captured by the precision satellite appeared on the holographic screen after the data was restored. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the soldiers wearing dark-colored digital camouflage uniforms on the holographic screen. He was deeply shocked by the cold aura that the other party exuded. The soldiers hidden in the fortifications in the mountains, whether it was the mobile battalion piloting the M5 mechas or the low-altitude attack troops hidden in the forest, whether it was the deployment and transfer of troops or the attacks, all of them were exceptionally accurate. The army of thousands appeared on the holographic screen like a single person, accurately and perfectly executing every order. Was this the strength of the Iron 7 Division? What shocked Sulu the most was that this iron-blooded army was like a single person, but its brain was not in the command center at this time. Instead, it was like a bystander looking at the holographic screen indifferently and did not issue any orders. He subconsciously looked at the rostrum. The generals on the rostrum were silent and cold. Compared to them, Commander Du Shaoqing, who always had a cold expression on his face, seemed to be more normal. The commander was not here, but the Iron 7 Division was still able to display such amazing combat power. How crazy and meticulous did their daily training and tactical deduction have to be? At this time, Sulu noticed that an officer walked up to the rostrum. He walked behind Du Shaoqing and whispered a few words. Du Shaoqing nodded slightly with a cold expression. The lieutenant colonel smiled slightly, took out a pair of sunglasses, and handed it over respectfully. Seeing Du Shaoqing put on the sunglasses under the sun, it added a sense of coldness. Sulu frowned deeply. Could that lieutenant colonel be Du Shaoqing's bodyguard? Sulu knew that the bodyguard of the Minister of Defense was just a colonel, and Du Shaoqing was just a division commander. How dare he use a lieutenant colonel as his bodyguard? Too arrogant. He narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself. However, he knew that the federal military felt guilty towards Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7 Division because of Commander Zhong's outburst in the West Woods and forced the Iron 7 Division to obtain military merits. Naturally, they would not pay attention to these details. On the rostrum, Du Shaoqing slowly took off his gloves and put them in his left hand. His right hand touched the lower beam of his sunglasses. The curves on his face seemed to have been carved by a knife. He still stood straight, displaying the bearing and demeanor of a professional soldier. I've been pretending to be cool in the training base for more than 2 months. I thought that I had grasped the essence of it, but after seeing it today, I realized that my level is still far from it. Looking at Du Shaoqing, the role model of a professional military officer, Sulu couldn't help but feel endless emotions. However, for some reason, he felt a sense of discomfort, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. Right at this moment, a burst of rapid discussion came from the rostrum. On the screen, the two sides of the military exercise had already come into contact on the Eastern Front. The battle was about to start. The color blocks that represented the military strength began to disintegrate and collapse, especially at the hilly terrain on the side. Both sides placed their special mecha battalions there. The heavy alloy mechas crushed the green and yellow forest, fiercely clashing together. The battle was extremely intense. I'm definitely not talking about what Kobe did to Jordan during the All-Star game. Recommend a book. Don't treat transmigration as your job. I've read this book before. Good. It's been in my collection for a long time. A friend has also recommended it before. Good. Today a girl on Q took the initiative to recommend this book by an author she doesn't know. The book number is 1355106. I don't know the author. Chapter 3, 33. Su Lu looked at Du Shaoqing and thought about how the other person seemed to have a natural, cold and majestic aura as a professional military officer, compared to the awkwardness he felt when he drew mountains instead of hills. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Although his voice was low, it still fell into the ears of the members of Team 7 next to him. From the beginning of the military exercise, the members of Team 7 had been standing in a scattered manner. When they heard Su Li's sigh, including Major Lan Xiaolong, everyone's spirits were lifted. They nodded like they were pounding garlic. They thought to themselves, who couldn't tell that you were faking it when you were pretending to be cool in class? But the teacher on the stage wasn't pretending to be cool. He was really cool. If the military officers and students who were currently braving the rain of bullets in the mountains and commanding the troops in battle heard Su Li's sigh, they would definitely have the same opinion. After the military exercise finished, the two sides began to make contact with each other in the predetermined terrain. The situation became extremely intense. The high-ranking military officers and their attendants on the rostrum followed the path on the stage and walked underground. There was a large empty room underground. The mechanics of the Federation's General Assembly base installed and repaired 37 large light screens and related electronic equipment yesterday. They temporarily acted as the headquarters for the graduation military exercise. A faint light fell into the space of the headquarters. The images on the light screen constantly changed. The Federal Central Computer was directly connected through the network. Using its supercomputing power, it presented all the details of the military exercise in real time for the military officers who were watching the exercise. Looking at the fierce contact battle between the two sides on the light screen, the military officers and officers in the headquarters discussed animatedly. The staff officer of the 1st Military Region, who was in charge of the military exercise, was busy in front of his workbench. The underground space was filled with a serious and tense atmosphere. Su Lu, who was standing inconspicuously in the corner, narrowed his eyes as he observed all of this. However, a very strange thought appeared in his mind. The high-speed electric current and data flow in the terminal workbench in front of him was that old man's clone. However, what he saw now was only electronic equipment, and there was no trace of the old man in the tuxedo. When he was young, Su Lu had always wanted to participate in the mechanic officer examination of the Ministry of National Defense. For this, he had specially studied some tactical teaching materials of the federal military. However, he was not a professional soldier after all. Looking at the professional terms and terms that kept flashing on the 37 light screens, as well as the numerical curves that kept decreasing and increasing, he could not understand at all what stage the military exercise had progressed to. Lan Xiaolong glanced at his side profile and saw his awkwardness. He lowered his voice and explained a few words. Only then did Su Lu roughly understand the current development of the military exercise. The Iron 7th Division, which was playing the role of the Empire's army, had gained the upper hand in the military exercise. They forcibly seized a high ground in the Area 192, 220, 345, and occupied a considerable advantage. During this process, although the military officers deduced the opponent's tactical intentions in advance, they couldn't stop the advance of the Iron 7th Division. They could only watch as a big hole was torn open on their side. The Iron 7th Division was an exceptionally strong force. They were used to winning, but they would never be blinded by victory. Instead, they would develop absolute confidence and courage. Such a terrifying force had never been on the battlefield in the West Woods. Under the long-term dissatisfaction and anger, the commander of the Iron 7th Division and the ordinary soldiers all had a flame in their heart. Every time they participated in the Federation's military exercise, they wanted to spew out this flame so that it wouldn't burn their organs. They treated every military exercise as a real battle. They wanted to make up for the regrets of the entire force with the difficulties of their brothers. They wanted to prove to the Federation that they were the strongest division in the Federation. They didn't deserve to be placed in the peaceful and lonely S3 galaxy. They should go to the West Woods and even go on an expedition to the Empire. In countless military exercises, the Iron 7th Division had always won an overwhelming victory in the end. It had to be said that this had something to do with the overall fighting spirit of this division. During the military exercise, the Iron 7 Division's attacks were exceptionally fierce, causing people's hearts to turn cold. They had defeated countless of their brothers' troops, and had also established an unquestionable prestige and respect for this division and Du Shaoqing. What was even more frightening and respectable was that the Iron 7th Division didn't only know how to be fierce and inflexible. This Iron Blood Division had strict tactical discipline, sharp command, and strong practical experience. Every regiment and battalion seemed to have their own thoughts. Under the premise of a big goal and strict military orders, they could also show an extremely flexible and adaptable ability. This ability could even be demonstrated in a class segment. Every component and segment of the Iron 7th Division was as cold as ice. They were like machines that didn't know fatigue and fear, but they were also very agile. Under the control of Division Du Shaoqing, they were like living steel monsters, giving people a feeling that they were unstoppable. Su Lu looked at the hologram worriedly as he listened to Lan Xiaolong's detailed explanation. He was very worried about the students in the mountain. Although the Iron 7th Division today was playing the role of the Empire's army, and logically speaking, the Military Exercise Command Center wouldn't let them win an overwhelming victory. Moreover, Du Shaoqing wasn't personally commanding, but looking at the current situation, he felt that something was wrong. Everyone in the Military Exercise Command Center probably had the same feeling. Although these professional officers had long been used to the invincibility of the Iron 7th Division in the military exercise, the other side today was an outstanding officer specially trained by the Federation to prepare for a fierce war with the Empire. In the end, it still ended up like this. The highest-ranking lieutenant general in the room, Deputy Commander E, had a gloomy expression. The generals and senior officers behind him also stopped talking and were silent. Occasionally, someone thought of something and subconsciously turned to look. Du Shaoqing was sitting in a chair in the corner of the command center, drinking a cup of coffee. He didn't take off his sunglasses, and his chin was slightly lowered. It seemed that he didn't care about the outcome of this military exercise at all. This was probably the temperament and confidence of an ever-victorious general. After a simple lunch at noon, the Military Exercise Command Center began to busy themselves with work again. But at this time, Lieutenant General Yi's expression was much better than it was in the morning, and the atmosphere in the command center gradually relaxed. The reason for this change was that the situation of the military exercise shown on the 37 circular holograms was developing in a direction that comforted the federal military. In the face of the Iron 7 Division's ferocious and cold offensive, although the joint column under the command of the military officers was in an extremely difficult situation, after paying an extremely heavy price, they finally stopped the enemy in the area of the Lonely Mountain Range. Lonely Mountain was the code name of the military exercise simulation sand table on the graduation day. In fact, it was an area of mountains and valleys 70 kilometers behind the base. Both sides of the military exercise had to achieve their respective tactical objectives, so this area was of utmost importance. According to Su Li's understanding, the Military Exercise Command Center named this area Lonely Mountain because in the border area of the West Woods, on a planet that was first occupied by the Imperial Expeditionary Force, there was a lonely mountain. The military officers were divided into several small groups to command the joint column of the military exercise side. After all, they were the best all-around talents in the Federation. After being caught off guard by the ferocious offensive of the Iron 7th Division in the beginning, they gradually calmed down and fully displayed their excellent commanding skills. However, the cooperation between the various groups was still a bit stiff and rusty. Any small detail on the battlefield could affect the final outcome of a battle. The reason why the Joint Forces were able to hold off Iron 7 Division at Lonely Ridge was because the Special Mecha Battalion of the Joint Forces had taken the risk of cutting in from a 30-degree angle. The Special Mecha Battalion, which had 8 MX mechas, had successfully evaded the electronic surveillance and destroyed the reserve armored force camp that Iron 7 Division had purposely left there in one fell swoop. The heavy black silhouettes of the alloy mechas were like silent giants. With agility that did not match their bodies, they quickly advanced on the rugged mountain path, splitting up and launching surprise attacks. The generals in the Military Exercise Command Center watched the screen and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This was the first time the Federation's new MX Mecha had displayed its true power in a large-scale battle. It completely overturned everyone's previous impression of mecha being cumbersome and powerful and achieved very clear results. The Black MX Mecha leading the charge of the Special Mecha Battalion's tactical movements were extremely precise and fierce. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he watched the mecha's movements. He immediately determined that the pilot inside was definitely Hua Xiaoxi. He had taught them for more than 2 months and was so familiar with the mecha movements of these officers that he could replay them in his mind. Naturally, he could tell who the pilot was through certain movement habits and details. Hua Xiaoxi was the joint first in the mecha assessment, so he naturally had to assume the role of the main attacker of the mecha battalion. 8 MX Mecha meant that 8 officers were not in the command center of their respective units. Instead, they were charging on the front lines of the battlefield. He had watched for a long time before discovering that Zhou Yu was not among these 8 MX Mecha. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. Although Zhou Yu was very good at mecha piloting, at the same time, he was also the number 1 in the tactical deduction test. He was only slightly worse than Yuan. For this military exercise, he must have stayed in the command center of the joint column to be in charge of commanding the entire column. Thinking about how Zhou Yu was currently commanding the joint column to block the cold and terrifying attack of the Iron 7th Division at Silent Hill, and then thinking about how the MX Mecha that was incomparably close to him would definitely shine brightly in this military exercise, Su Lu was like a rock. He couldn't help but feel a sliver of pride. Unfortunately, he would not be able to learn the ability to command troops from this military exercise. Every profession has its own specialization. Su Lu thought to himself somewhat self-deprecatingly. If he had been the commander on the battlefield, any one of these officer cadets whom he had scolded for so long would have been able to annihilate the troops he was leading. This was the difference between them. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of that teacher who had not personally commanded today. Glancing over from the corner of his eye, he saw Du Shaoqing sitting solemnly in his chair, his expression as cold as ice. But for some reason, Su Lu felt that there was an invisible curve at the corner of the other's lips, expressing some sort of disdain and contempt. The graduation drill used a real simulated battlefield, using a 17% ratio. The relevant battle scale, firepower calculation, and time were all calculated according to this ratio, representing 1/6 of the real battlefield environment. When it was close to evening, the graduation drill officially ended. A total of 5 tactical objectives had been set for this military exercise. Under the brilliant display of the MX Mecha and the precise and calm command of the officer cadets, the combined column had made a strong counterattack in the latter half of the drill. In the end, they had completed 2 of the objectives with the help of the attack group at the last moment. And the Iron 7th Division, which had gone into battle in a conventional manner, was as strong as ever. This iron-blooded troop completely ignored the unexpected blow they had received in the latter half of the drill, silently and even somewhat calmly completing 3 of the tactical objectives. The calmness of the Iron 7th Division was particularly evident during the process of the troops returning to camp after the drill. The screen in the command hall was clearly broadcasting the scene over there. From the senior officers of the Iron 7th Division to the most basic gunner, the expressions on their faces were calm, cold, and proud. This kind of pride seemed to be forever on their faces. This kind of calmness seemed to be something they would never forget. A troop that was used to winning was indeed very frightening, just like their teacher. The people in the Military Exercise Command Center were already quite satisfied with this result, and traces of a smile appeared on Lieutenant General Yi's face. The federal military had long been used to the victories of the Iron 7th Division. Today, the combined column under the command of the officer cadets had not lost too badly. Although the defensive line would definitely have collapsed if they had held on for a standard day, this was still the most evenly matched military exercise in many years. These officers that the Federation had focused on grooming did not lose face for the military. After the military exercise ended, the various participating troops left the base one by one. Su Lu looked at the military transport ships that covered the sky and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. It was said that the Federation was lacking in crystal resources, but for the sake of a military exercise, they were able to transport thousands of people from S2. It seemed that in order to prepare for war with the Empire, the Federation really was willing to pay any price. Immediately after, he turned his head and looked at the officers lined up in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. At this time, the instructors were all standing on the other side. He was only the instructor of the mecha class, so it was naturally not convenient for him to stand out and say anything. However, his mood was revealed through his expression. Although he was young, these officers in front of him were still considered his students. This was probably a sense of achievement that came from being a teacher. The officers did not try to hide the smiles on their faces. Although they were all proud people, they had enough reason to be proud of the fact that they were able to fight so well against the Iron 7th Division after forming a team at the last minute and commanding troops they were not familiar with. Zhou Yu and Hua Xiaoxi were the focal figures among the officers because in this military exercise, Zhou Yu had been responsible for the overall tactical deduction, while Hua Xiaoxi had been responsible for the most dangerous ambush. The 2 of them had contributed the most. Hua Xiaoxi's eyebrows were raised in unspeakable joy. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, maintained his gentlemanly appearance, smiling in response. Right at this time, the slightly chaotic ranks suddenly quietened down because the general in charge of inspecting and summarizing had already walked over. What was completely unexpected was that the person who had walked over was actually the commander of the Iron 7th Division, Du Shaoqing. The field instantly fell silent. The officers straightened their chests, the emotions in their eyes burning. If they could be praised by Du Shaoqing, it would be an irresistible honor for any officer. The monotonous sound of footsteps rang out. Du Shaoqing, wearing sunglasses, walked over with a cold expression. 3 officers from the Iron 7th Division followed behind him. When he reached the right side, the 3 officers stopped in their tracks. Du Shaoqing did not stop. His shiny military boots stepped slowly on the ground, as if landing on the hearts of the officers. He walked from the left to the right of the formation, then stopped. He looked coldly at the officers, his thin lips slightly parted, and his words were as sharp as knives. Known as the most outstanding officer in the Federation, after 8 months of training, all you end up with is a bunch of trash. Chapter 334. Everyone was still silent, but some of the officers' faces were slightly red, and a hint of struggle flashed through their eyes. They felt a strong sense of humiliation and anger, but no one dared to say anything. This was because they were in the military camp, and the person who had said those words was a major general, and the person who was rudely reprimanding them was Du Shaoqing. The lines of this young military general's face were very clear, just like the tactics he used to command the Iron 7th Division. Through the lenses of his sunglasses, one could faintly see his extremely deep eye sockets, just like the strict military discipline of the troops he led, deep and inviolable. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division were proud and indifferent, and as a division commander, Du Shaoqing brought this temperament to the extreme. Coupled with his well-ironed general's uniform, his appearance and posture left a deep impression in people's minds. He had an exceptionally iron-blooded charm. No one in the federal military dared to deny this charm. In formal situations, no one had ever seen Du Shaoqing smile. Only the coldest and most ruthless people who treated others and themselves to the extreme could single-handedly train a troop like the Iron 7th Division. But many people knew that in private, Division Commander Du's favorite thing to do was to play the violin on the balcony of the barracks. The military camp was a place where the hierarchy was particularly strict. As a division commander, Du Shaoqing, no matter what he said or did, these officers who were much lower in rank than him could only listen obediently. Even if they were not convinced, they could only blush and straighten their backs even more. No one dared to voice out their doubts. The Federation government now particularly appreciated the Iron 7th Division, and the military also relied heavily on Du Shaoqing. After today's military exercise, he was the one who gave the speech, which already showed a certain inclination. Today, when war was about to begin, a sharp and cold military knife like Du Shaoqing could not be hidden in its scabbard forever. Even if the fierce man from the Zhong family in the Westwoods tried to suppress him, he would not be able to hold down the handle of the knife. The strict discipline and silence displayed by the trainees at this time could not melt the ice on Du Shaoqing's face. His sharp eyes slowly scanned the surroundings through the lenses of his sunglasses, and coldly said, for a preset military exercise like this, regardless of the outcome, it has no meaning to the Federation soldiers. With one sentence, he had made the graduation speech organized by the Federal Military Japanese Army a piece of **T. Probably only this major general, who had thousands of eyes on him, dared to say such words. However, his words also erased the most awe-inspiring capital of the Iron 7th Division in one stroke. When others heard it, they could not refute it at all. Du Shaoqing quietly looked at the officers in front of him. Only he knew that these words were from his heart. The stage of a soldier could only be the real battlefield. Even if the Iron 7th Division, led by him, could always maintain the victory of the military exercise in the next 100 years, what was the point? If he could not set foot in the Westwoods, defeat the imperial armies, and make a real contribution, his title as a famous general was only a famous general on paper. He could not even beat the fierce tiger from the Westwoods, whose surname was Zhong, let alone catch up with the old man from Lake Feicheng. Thinking of this, Du Shaoqing's expression became even colder. The lines on his jawline were abnormally stiff. He coldly reprimanded, "The Federation has only successfully assembled 27 MXs. This time, we transferred 8 MXs to you. You actually fought like this. As soldiers of the Federation, don't you feel ashamed?" Du Shaoqing did not seem to be satisfied. He coldly looked at the crowd and calmly said, "After fighting with the 7th Division and seizing 2 tactical targets, do you feel very satisfied? Before the battle, you are already thinking about losing. As soldiers of the Federation, don't you feel ashamed? Even these 2 targets were given to you by my subordinates." Du Xiaoqing reprimanded in a deep voice. "I don't want to give you any face. I also don't care about the military exercise command center's plan. The sand table is the battlefield. Today, the 7th Division didn't let you lose too badly. It has nothing to do with you. I was just thinking about those normal soldiers who were carelessly commanded by you. As a military officer, I don't want to see the soldiers at the bottom lose all hope in the future command system of the Federation military. Fighting a fake battle, yet you still need the opponent to deliberately show mercy. As soldiers of the Federation, don't you feel that you are trash? Ashamed, ashamed, trash." Each sentence was sharper and heavier than the last, especially what Du Xiaoqing said at the end. Today, the joint column under the command of the military officer had taken 2 tactical targets, and it was actually the Iron 7th Division that deliberately let them win. The military officer cadets clearly knew that at the beginning of the military exercise, they found a lot of objective difficulties for themselves. They did not have the courage to try and defeat the Iron 7th Division. After being pointed out by Commander Du, they no longer felt as proud as before. Instead, they felt a little ashamed. But when they heard the last sentence, they felt very indignant. This was the result of the battle that they fought for. How did it become the Iron 7th Division letting them win? The military officers stood even straighter. It was as if there was fire in their eyes. But under the strict military discipline, still no one dared to stand out. You know how to be angry. It means that you still have a sense of shame. You are not considered trash that can't be saved. Although you are not far from being useless. Du Xiaoqing looked at everyone coldly. His hands that were holding the black leather gloves were behind his back. He said lightly, "Zhou Yu, step forward." Zhou Yu was slightly shocked. He took a step forward from the formation and stood at attention. He looked straight ahead and saluted. His movement was extremely clean and neat. He was a gentle gentleman. Facing this cold and dignified Major General, he could not help but be extra cautious. He wanted to make sure that the other side would not be able to find any mistakes in the details. The second tactical deduction from the anti-terrorism drill. Du Xiaoqing had not walked past him before, so he casually glanced at him. "Yes, General." Zhou Yu answered loudly with an expressionless face. "The second tactical deduction." Du Xiaoqing said indifferently, "Let me ask you, if the 7th Division gave up on the backup and didn't provide any support when your mecha battalion went straight to the bottom of Silent Hill and attacked your camp with the armored brigade, what would you do?" The atmosphere in the middle of the silent field suddenly changed. This was because all the military officers, including the instructors standing outside, could hear that this division commander Du Xiaoqing, who was known for his tactical deduction, was actually going to verbally test the military officers' brains today. He wanted to use this to prove to everyone that the 7th Division had gone easy on them today. This was to give these military officers a heavy blow to their confidence. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he replied in a clear voice. The instructor said that the MX Mecha is best at surprise attacks and decapitation. Our army will need 34 minutes to rush down to provide assistance, and 12 minutes to return to the camp. Within 46 minutes, the 7th Division's Armored Brigade will not be able to pass through Area 452. 124, why not? Du Xiaoqing looked at him coldly. Because the road is not easy to travel, General. It was rare for Zhou Yu to be so playful. It seemed that even someone as gentle and polite as him felt a bit of disgust towards the aggressive Du Xiaoqing. When he heard Zhou Yu mention the instructor, Su Lu was smiling with his head lowered. Hearing this, his smile widened. Du Xiaoqing was not affected. He was not angry, but he did not laugh. He asked coldly, "Why is it not easy to travel?" Zhou Yu was slightly taken aback. He replied, "The area is all mountainous. The armored brigade is not suitable to advance quickly in this kind of terrain. Also, the 7th Division's commander should have considered that it is easy to be attacked by individual weapons in this kind of terrain. The casualty rate is too high. There is no need to consider casualty rates in war," Du Xiaoqing said coldly. To the side of Area 452, 124, there is a temporary road used by the main assembly base for maintenance of the radar station. Although it has been out of use for 20 years, the armored brigade can still force its way through without any problem. As soon as these words were said, the originally silent scene was instantly filled with gasps. Who would have thought that Du Xiaoqing would actually know of a maintenance road that had been out of use for 20 years? Perhaps even the logistics officer of the base would not be able to describe the location of this road so casually. Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed. He felt a trace of nervousness and disbelief. His brow furrowed, and after a moment of silence, he said, "The map provided by the Exercise Command Center did not indicate this road." "You officers have been in this base for 8 months, Du Xiaoqing reprimanded in a low voice. The 7th Division only received the order for the exercise 3 days ago. The 7th Division came from System S3. They only used 3 days to find this abandoned road, but you guys don't know about it. Is this an excuse?" Zhou Yu frowned and thought for a long time. He confirmed that if the 7th Division's armored brigade had been able to use this road, the situation of today's military exercise would have been greatly reversed. But who would have thought that the people of the Iron 7th Division would actually know the terrain of the military exercise area better than they did? Preparation for the battlefield was indeed the most important thing. Could it be that the other side had really gone easy on them today? And that was why the troops under his command were able to get a barely passable result. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu's brow furrowed even tighter. He said very seriously, "Even if the armored brigade was able to use this road that we don't know about, how could they have discovered the location of the Joint Army's camp? I've already set up 3 layers of electronic interference barriers beforehand, and the satellite signal filtering and disguising has also been completed." He raised his head to look at Du Xiaoqing's cold profile and said, "And the armored brigade's disguise radius is not large. After I discovered them, the MX mecha that had returned to help would have been able to coordinate with the heavy infantry to disperse them before they could reach me. Why couldn't they have discovered your camp? Forget about the things you learned in Number 1 Academy." Du Xiaoqing said coldly, "Those electronic barriers of yours are as densely packed as an old woman's underwear. I don't know if it's because you're afraid of the cold or because you're afraid of exposing your body, but you actually set up so many layers. There's a very simple principle on the battlefield. It's just like being a person. The thing that you want to protect the most is the most vulnerable and most important part of your enemy." A thick sense of mockery flashed across his face that was not covered by the sunglasses. Any civilian equipment would have been able to discover the strangeness of your area. Even if they didn't know what you were hiding, they would still know that it was your weak point. Cold sweat gradually seeped out of Zhou Yu's back. He suddenly raised his head and retorted, "You're gambling with the armored brigade's life. If I deliberately used 3 layers of electronic barriers as a disguise to lure the armored brigade into the ambush," Du Xiaoqing unhappily waved his hand and cut him off. He said coldly, "All of your soldiers are tied up at the eastern line of Silent Hill. How would you have extra soldiers to set up an ambush? Even if the armored brigade didn't find your camp, once they came out from there, they would be able to circle around your camp and coordinate with the main force of the 7th Division. How many people do you think will be able to survive today? The most important thing is, Du Xiaoqing looked at Zhou Yu indifferently. He increased his tone and said with a pressuring tone, "Your camp is right there. A soldier must dare to gamble on the battlefield. A soldier who doesn't have the will to gamble is destined to be a failure." Zhou Yu slowly lowered his head. He furrowed his eyebrows and thought for a long time. Then he raised his head firmly and said, "Even if the armored brigade comes, I can still use the 44-man assault formation to retreat, as long as I can hold on until the mecha camp comes back. This battle can still be fought." 12447 area. How much power do you have left? One of the 7th Division's divisions is watching over there. Du Xiaoqing said coldly without hesitation. Zhou Yu thought for a while and replied, "But 12446 area is still in my hands. The highest altitude here is 1,245 meters. Your assault helicopters won't be able to do much damage." Du Xiaoqing said expressionlessly, "Your MX is on the way back. Although the 7th Division's M52 is a little slow, it's not like they can't walk on the mountain road." Zhou Yu was stunned. He frowned and thought for a long time. There was no terminal computer, no holographic screen, no map coordinates, no firepower deployment data, and no modern tools. The most talented division commander in the Federation and the best tactical deduction expert in the new generation of military officers were just using his memory and understanding of the troops on the battlefield to make verbal deductions. The field grew quieter and quieter. Only the voices of these two people could be heard. It was as if there were golden spears and armored horses colliding in the air, making crisp and silent sounds of collisions. There was also the faint smell of smoke from the explosions of gunpowder. However, Division Commander Du Xiaoqing's tone was always cold and indifferent. Moreover, he didn't need time to think before making any deployment. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, took longer and longer to think, and his voice became more and more labored. The federal military recognized Du Xiaoqing as the #1 person in terms of strategic intelligence and tactical command. For Zhou Yu to be able to argue verbally with him was already very impressive in the eyes of everyone present. However, looking at the cold-faced division commander wearing sunglasses, everyone felt an incomparable chill in their hearts. They wondered what exactly Du Xiaoqing's brain was made of. The few lieutenant colonels of the Iron 7th Division who came with Du Xiaoqing had calm expressions. They had seen too much of their division commander's shocking military intelligence and had long gotten used to all of this. On the contrary, they instead felt a faint admiration for Zhou Yu, who had been verbally deducing tactics with his division commander until now. Back when he was at the Westwoods Preparatory Military Academy, Zhou Yu was already regarded as a genius, completely overshadowing his already excellent brother Zhou Jin. He was sent by the 4th Military Region to the 1st Military Academy to study history and battle examples. He was incomparably diligent, and that was why he had achieved what he had today. However, what made him feel incomparably oppressed was that the division commander he was facing today, Du Xiaoqing, was actually as cold and unapproachable as a snowy mountain. Every virtual command that came out of this person's thin lips was like a noose that tied people to death, making it difficult for him to breathe, and cold sweat trickled down his back. What made him even more fearful was that Du Xiaoqing's tactical commands were not only sharp and forceful, they were also meticulous in taking care of the details. There was not the slightest gap, and his calculations were extremely precise. It made people feel a sense of defeat, and they actually gradually lost all of their confidence, The joint column will definitely lose. I admit that the Iron 7th Division showed mercy today. After a long silence, Zhou Yu reluctantly admitted defeat and gave a military salute. Return to your unit, Du Shaoqing said coldly, but the eyes hidden behind the sunglasses flashed with a hint of surprise. He had not expected that there would actually be a talent in this batch of officers. In just a split second, he had the thought of transferring Zhou Yu to the 7th Division. He glanced coldly at Zhou Yu, who had already returned to his unit, and suddenly remembered that this young officer seemed to be someone from the Tai family. Teacher Du Shaoqing had always been cold and self-controlled, but he was also a person with great ambition and ambition. A successful general needed countless outstanding subordinates, and without question, Zhou Yu had this potential. He believed that he was a tolerant person, and also believed that the melting pot known as the Iron 7th Division would definitely be able to attract truly outstanding professional soldiers. It was because of this innate calm and self-confidence that even though he had clearly thought of Zhou Yu's background, he was only slightly taken aback, and did not have the slightest hesitation in his desire to take this person into the Iron 7th Division. Tolerant was only tolerant of those who were willing to be accommodated. Towards those who were unwilling to be accommodated, Teacher Du Shaoqing had always been as cold as winter. His blade-like gaze swept past Su Lu through his sunglasses, and then he quickly retracted it. If you know that you are trash, then there is still room for improvement. Du Shaoqing looked at the extremely ugly expressions of the officer students and said coldly, just as the entire field was deathly silent, preparing for Teacher Du's storm-like reprimand, an extremely untimely voice suddenly rang out. Spending so much effort to win against a piece of trash who just graduated from school, it's really meaningless. As these words were spoken, the entire field fell silent, and a chilling sense of danger arose spontaneously. The military camp was strictly governed by military hierarchy. When a major general was lecturing, who would allow a subordinate to casually interrupt? Earlier, the officer students had been thoroughly reprimanded, their faces flushed red, but they could only puff out their chests. Now, someone had actually appeared out of nowhere and said such a thing. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Moreover, these words were clearly directed at Du Shaoqing and his 7th Division. Previously, Teacher Du had said that the military exercise of the Federation was meaningless, so this person had said that Du Shaoqing's victory over Zhou Yu was just an armchair strategist. What was even more frightening was the hidden meaning in this person's words. Teacher Du had coldly and harshly condemned this group of officer students as trash. Then you worked so hard to win against a trash. What was that? These words were not spoken by Su Lu. The military camp was a place filled with the smell of iron and blood. The reprimands of superiors were all loud, and there were many people who scolded even more harshly than Du Shaoqing. There were all sorts of obscenities. Speaking of which, when Su Lu had been an instructor, he had also often scolded people as trash in class, but people were just so strange. Su Lu always viewed these officer students as his own students and scolded them himself. Hearing Du Shaoqing's incomparably cold reprimand, he felt exceptionally uncomfortable in his heart. However, he knew of the problem between himself and the Iron 7th Division, especially after feeling Du Shaoqing's cold gaze sweep over him twice earlier. Although he wanted to protect his calf under the difference of military ranks, he could not do so. He could only remain silent. But Major Lan Xiaolong, who stood behind him, could not hold back the hint of dissatisfaction and mockery in his heart. After his slightly mocking voice rang out, the entire field instantly fell into an even more absolute silence than before. The 3 officers of the Iron 7th Division, standing on the left side of the formation, suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. These 3 officers had been silent the entire time. Their military posture was perfect, even after standing for such a long time. Their eyebrows didn't even twitch. They looked like 3 ice sculptures that were cold and indifferent, keeping people thousands of miles away. But at this time, these 3 officers were like fierce tigers that had suddenly awakened. 3 pairs of blade-like eyes stared at Lan Xiaolong's face at the same time. Du Shaoqing's sword-like eyebrows raised slightly. He slowly turned his head and also looked in that direction. There was no way the military camp would allow this kind of insubordination to happen. Lan Xiaolong had been stationed here for a long time in Garrison Unit 8384 and had endured until he became a major. However, he had more or less an undisciplined aura, just like the members of the 7th Combat Group behind Sulu and Sulu. Even when the 3 officers of the Iron 7th Division glared at him with angry eyes, Lan Xiaolong still had an indifferent expression on his face. He even raised his eyebrows. But when Division Commander Du Shaoqing also turned his head, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He was a little confused. This division commander was clearly wearing sunglasses, but why did he feel like his gloomy gaze was about to pierce into his heart? One of the 3 officers of the Iron 7th Division was the guard officer Du Shaoqing, Shimin Jin, who had previously made Sulu exclaim at Du Shaoqing's arrogance. As a lieutenant colonel, he was willing to serve as Du Shaoqing's guard officer. Naturally, he was incomparably loyal. Shimin Jin strode in front of Lan Xiaolong. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like rain was about to fall. He moved a few centimeters in front of Lan Xiaolong and scolded him loudly. "Which division are you from? Don't you know the rules? Who allowed you to interrupt when your superior is scolding you? Where are the military regulations that you learned? Tell me your name." Lan Xiaolong's ears were about to be deafened. Feeling the spittle on his face, he was a little displeased. However, he was suppressed by the other party's ferocious roar and anger. He looked at the gloomy face in front of him and believed that if Du Shaoqing wanted to kill him right now, this guard officer would definitely pull out his gun and shoot him without hesitation. In order to maintain military discipline, Commander Du Shaoqing naturally wouldn't execute Lan Xiaolong for his actions. However, he would definitely make him suffer a lot. He might even be locked up in a dark room for half a month. However, Lan Xiaolong didn't regret this. As a member of the 17 Mechanics Division, how happy was it to be able to mock Du Shaoqing to his face? Furthermore, although his temperament was undisciplined, he still had the perseverance of the Federation soldiers. He looked at Shimin Jin indifferently and didn't say a word, waiting to be punished later. At this moment, there was a slight movement behind him. He was pulled behind someone. He looked over in shock and found that it was Sulu who had protected him in front of him. It was like an old hen protecting her child. "He's Major Lan Xiaolong, a member of the Whitewater Company's 7th Combat Team," Su Lu explained to the guard officer in front of him. He had a headache about the trouble Lan Xiaolong had caused. The members of the Iron 7th Division had been looking for a chance to vent their anger on him. If he stepped in, wouldn't he be giving the other party the best reason? However, the members of the 7th Division were all orphans without a mother. With a wave of his hand, the old man in Philadelphia removed them from their official military status and put them under Su Li's command. As the supervisor, he had to step in at this moment. "Since you're not a training officer, why are you here now?" Shimin Jin looked at Su Lu and continued to scold him loudly. His expression was dark. Su Lu replied sincerely, "This is an order from the Ministry of Defense." "I don't understand what's going on either." Shimin Jin frowned and said coldly, "He's your subordinate? Who are you?" Base Mecha Instructor Su Lu, currently the supervisor of the Whitewater Company's 7th Combat Team. Shimin Jin's expression was dark, and he said disdainfully, As expected, the kind of instructor produces the kind of students. The kind of supervisor produces the kind of cowardly soldiers. Hearing these words, Su Li's eyebrows twitched slightly. The two small flying knives seemed to have the thought of flying. Shortly after, he took a light breath and said seriously, "It's not up to you to judge whether my soldiers are cowards or not. I may not be a good supervisor or a good instructor, but I think the students participating in today's military exercise are all not bad." Hearing these words, the expressions of the students standing in a row, who had initially been somewhat ugly, softened slightly. They all thought in their hearts that Instructor Xiao Su was usually a jerk, but in front of outsiders, he actually gave them face. However, they did not expect that this thought had already placed them in the same category as Su Lu. They had even copied Su Li's way of calling himself young master in class. As for the combat personnel of the 7th Combat Team, most of them were from the 17th Mechanic Division. They had an irreconcilable enmity with Du Shaoqing's Iron 7th Division. Hearing Su Li's words made them very happy. Furthermore, they were originally non-military personnel, so they had less to worry about. Xiong Lingquan purposely made himself not look at that ice-cold instructor Du Shaoqing and said faintly, "Our soldiers are indeed quite cowardly. It's just that we often go to the westwoods to kill the Empire's people." Xiong Linshuan's words were undoubtedly a loud slap to the face of the Iron 7th Division's officer. The stern look in Shimin Jin's eyes gradually deepened. He stared at Su Lu in front of him and said coldly, "You really have guts. You're a lieutenant colonel, and I'm also a lieutenant colonel. Why should I act pitiful and resentful in front of you?" From the moment the 7th Division appeared in front of him, Su Lu instinctively felt a sense of danger. Du Shaoqing had reprimanded everyone mercilessly, and his anger had already accumulated to a certain extent. At this moment, looking at the gloomy face of the guard in front of him and hearing his words, the two throwing knives on his forehead finally flew up. He replied indifferently. Shimin Jin was slightly stunned. He did not argue with him about the military rank. Instead, he looked at Lan Xiaolong, who was behind Su Lu, and said coldly, "You've violated the rules. Have your man come out." In the military camp, this request was not unreasonable. However, Su Lu was not a professional soldier, and his personality also determined that he would not hand Lan Xiaolong over today. However, in the face of strict military discipline, what could he do? Earlier, when Teacher Du and Student Zhou Yu were conducting tactical simulations, this subordinate of mine only wanted to participate in the discussion. He did not intentionally interrupt the senior officer's conversation. I don't think he needs to be disciplined. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and actually said such a thing. "You guys are from the 17th Division?" Right at this moment, Du Shaoqing's cold and oppressive question came from the other end of the line. I was a little high on writing and actually wrote 7,000 words in one go. I forgot the time. Sorry. I don't know how to fight. Su Lu learned from Teacher Du's experience of pretending. Tomorrow he'll show it a little. Chapter 335. Hearing his teacher's words, Lieutenant Colonel Shimin Jin's expression turned solemn. He quickly put away his angry and dark expression and calmly turned away, exposing Su Li's body to everyone's eyes. Su Li's heart chilled slightly. This guard's change in expression so quickly could only mean that his previous roaring and anger had all been an act. The Iron 7th Division was just looking for a reason to deal with him. Su Lu himself was a youth who occasionally got angry, so when faced with Shimin Jin or even Du Shaoqing's anger, he would not be afraid. However, today's opponent was a general whose rank and authority were far above his, and who had always maintained a calm mind and a cold hostility. This matter was somewhat troublesome. "Lieutenant Colonel Su, As an instructor, do you have your own opinion on the tactical deduction for this military exercise? Du Shaoqing said coldly. His speed was normal, and even his tone was normal. Just by pointing out Su Li's rank, he naturally had the air of a military camp. Su Lu had thought that this iron-blooded teacher would come to find trouble with him, but he did not expect the other's first words to be like this. Hearing the calmness and self-restraint in Du Shaoqing's words, as well as a natural sense of majesty, he silently thought that some of the truly important people in this world were probably used to their words, and no one dared to refute them. Therefore, there was naturally some kind of unquestionable coldness and valiance in their words. I'm teaching Mecha, not deduction. Su Lu lowered his head slightly and said calmly, if you want me to do tactical deduction, even if you give me 3 divisions in front of the Iron 7th Division, they will only end up dead. In a person's life, who knew how many conflicts they had to go through before they could reach their goal. However, the prerequisite for competing with others was that you had to have the ability to compete, except for some issues that involved principles and could not be challenged. The Iron 7th Division was not Macklin, and they were not the Empire's invaders. Su Lu knew that his tactical command was a blank piece of paper full of question marks, so at this time he calmly and naturally retreated 90 kilometers away. Du Shaoqing, who was facing Su Lu from a distance, felt slightly silent and lonely. He did not think that Su Li's answer would be so simple and direct. Facing the hint of flirting that he deliberately released, she actually willingly admitted defeat. How could a person with such a soft waist be valued so highly by the marshal and that person? However, at this time, Su Lu raised his head and defended the officers. It's just that today was the first time the MX was used. The students have no experience, and the troops they commanded were not their own troops, so of course they were not as strong as the Iron 7th Division. Although they failed, I feel that their performance was not bad. In the future, if they spend more time on the battlefield, they will not lose face for the Federation. As soon as these words were said, the officers, who had been in low spirits, could not help but straighten their chests. There was an additional trace of gratitude in their eyes as they looked forward. Looking at Su Lu, who was standing quietly in the group of instructors, Du Shaoqing's deep eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. Because these words were originally intended for everyone to hear. The Federation and the upper echelons of the military had intended for him to carry out the final summary inspection work. Naturally, there was a deeper meaning to this. They were tacitly allowing and even encouraging him to establish his own authority in the military. In the previous lecture, Du Shaoqing had given these officer students a torrent of abuse, but in reality, he knew better than anyone else that these officer students had endless potential. He knew what kind of role they would play in the Federal Army system in the future battlefield. Harsh lectures and ridicule were not his goal. His goal was to subdue these arrogant fellows. In his vision, he would crush all of these officers' arrogance with a storm. Then he would change the topic. When they were at their lowest, he would give them confidence and beat their hearts and minds. Like the spring breeze after a storm, he would capture their hearts and minds. Only then would he be able to leave the great name of Du Shaoqing in the hearts of the future young forces of the federal military. Seeing himself as the spring breeze, as the sun, Du Shaoqing's state of mind was very normal. He believed that he had the qualifications to become the unsetting sun of the federal military in the future. Now that he was a famous general of the Federation and the commander of the Iron 7th Division, he was already the target of admiration and worship in the eyes of the Federation officers. With a little beating, he would naturally be able to easily achieve his goal. However, after a series of tactical deductions, he suppressed the most famous Zhou until his face turned slightly pale. The entire audience was silent. Just as Commander Du Shaoqing was about to change the topic and appease the crowd, someone extremely untimely and impudently disrupted the course he had planned. Then there was another person who stole his lines. What made him even angrier was that the person who stole his lines just had to be that very unpleasant person. Su Lu. The clear sound of footsteps rang out in the quiet field. Pa pa pa. The sound of the hard military boots hitting the ground was crisp but not loud. However, what was strange was that when all the officers, including Su Lu, looked at Commander Du, who was slowly walking over from the end of the line, they felt that his footsteps were exceptionally heavy and powerful. It was as if a heavy black mecha was walking out of a smoke-filled valley. Du Shaoqing walked to the center of the line and stared at Su Lu through his sunglasses. He didn't say anything for a long time. Su Lu took 2 steps forward and gave a military salute. He also didn't say anything. The smile on his face was completely gone. He calmly and solemnly narrowed his eyes. It was as if the sun was about to set and was burning his retinas. He felt a little uncomfortable. This kind of deathly silence and the feeling of almost confrontation made all the officers in the field feel a strong pressure. The trainees were very worried about this bastard, Instructor Xiao Su, but they didn't have the right to stand up and say anything. The instructors wanted to say a few words on behalf of Su Lu, but under this kind of pressure, no one dared to stand up. Even those undisciplined and strong members of Team 7 behind Su Lu were intimidated by the cold aura exuding from Du Shaoqing in this instant. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. A cold general of the federal military, the youngest major general, just by standing at the front of the line, he was able to exude a boundless sense of pressure. After a long silence, Du Shaoqing finally opened his mouth to speak. The words that came out of his thin lips were cold and sharp. A lieutenant colonel and a mecha instructor. You admit that you don't know anything about tactical deduction, but you stand up for your students and challenge my judgment. Was it the Ministry of Defense or the Joint Chiefs of Staff who gave you this guts and this authority? The military camp was a simple and direct world. Even though Du Shaoqing was the youngest division commander in the Federation, the only major general, the most standard professional soldier, and the most idol-level figure, once he was enraged, he still walked the simple and direct path without so many twists and turns. His words were not as sharp as knives. They were like a bucket of ice water that had been splashed directly onto Su Li's head, sending a chill down his spine. Su Lu clasped his hands behind his back and lowered his head slightly. The dim light of dusk shone on his resolute and calm face. He didn't say anything to retort, keeping his head lowered, so as not to meet Du Shaoqing's eyes, but he also didn't give off the feeling that he was surrendering. It was probably this attitude that caused Du Shaoqing's mood to darken. He glanced at the members of Team 7 behind Su Lu and said coldly, "You are no longer part of the 17th Division. You are just a bunch of trash. Don't embarrass the Marshal." Su Lu wasn't moved by these words, because he wasn't part of the 17th Division to begin with. However, the faces of those fellows behind him were filled with anger. Du Shaoqing, however, didn't look at them anymore. He turned his head to stare at Su Lu and scolded him coldly. "Trash is trash. You are also trash." Hearing the word trash, Su Lu vaguely caught on to something. Other than Park Ji-ho, who had died at Hushan Road, and the 2 Iron 7th Division officers who had been heavily injured by him and couldn't participate in the graduation parade. Du Shaoqing's intention to humiliate him probably had something to do with this. But was this because of his pride as an ace officer of the Federation? Or did it have something to do with that old man in Philadelphia? I don't know why the Ministry of National Defense would take in a criminal. Du Shaoqing said darkly, "But you actually used the name of an instructor to heavily injure 2 officers of my division during training." Do you really think that the military court won't dare to do anything to you? That I won't dare to do anything to you? Du Xiaoqing's voice wasn't loud, but every word was like the sound of a cannon as it blasted into Su Li's ears. Su Li didn't want to go against this strong military man, but when he heard these words, his eyebrows that had already fluttered once raised again. The interaction between people was a very strange thing. If you didn't like someone at first sight, you would not like them for the rest of your life. This was probably the reason why the tiger of the Zhong family in the West was kept suppressing Du Xiaoqing. And Su Lu also had the same feeling when he saw Du Xiaoqing. The coldness of this major general made him very uncomfortable. If a general scolded a lieutenant colonel, in any other situation, anyone could only silently accept it, let alone the person who scolded him was Du Xiaoqing of the Iron 7th Division. But Su Lu was just an ordinary lieutenant colonel. Du Xiaoqing's cold and oppressive aura could make everyone quiet, but it couldn't really press his head down. It should be known that in the room of the military prison in Qingcheng, even the lightning-like gaze of the military god of Philadelphia couldn't break his big heart, let alone other people. So he raised his head, and his slightly squinted eyes were unusually bright against the beautiful sunset in the west. He answered, "Reporting to Commander Du, I didn't use the name of an instructor to suppress your subordinates so that they wouldn't dare to fight back. So I took the opportunity to heavily injure them. The investigation report of the base is already out. You can read it yourself." After a slight pause, Su Lu turned his head and looked directly at the sunglasses on Du Xiaoqing's nose bridge. He said loudly, "Those two officers once passed on the teachings of the instructor, that a person's strength is the combination of speed and strength. And those two officers also said at the scene of the challenge that the 7th Division often suffered heavy injuries in close combat training and asked me not to worry about it. So, they were heavily injured. This is the result of the fight. If the commander doubts the investigation report of the base, you can let the close combat experts of the 7th Division, or you can try it yourself." The calm and loud voice echoed in the field. Everyone's expression was very interesting, especially the members of the 7th Division and the training officers. Instructor Su's words couldn't be said to be heroic, nor could they be said to be powerful. However, when he said it in such a normal way, the expressions of Du Xiaoqing and the other officers of the Iron 7th Division slightly froze at the same time. They had probably never seen a lieutenant colonel who dared to speak to Du Xiaoqing like that. "Very good. At least you have some guts." Half of Du Xiaoqing's face was gloomy. He raised his right hand that was holding a black leather glove and pointed it at Su Li's face. He said, "Violating military regulations and talking back to your superiors. How can a free and lazy person like you be qualified to be a soldier of the Federation? The military camp is not a world for people like you. Leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if one day you violate the regulations on the battlefield, I will personally destroy you." At this time, Instructor Du's voice was extremely low. Probably only the two people involved could hear it, but Su Lu could feel a real sense of danger and coldness in this voice. He knew that Du Xiaoqing was speaking the truth. Although he had never found the real reason, he believed that if in the future on the battlefield of the universe, the other party would not hesitate to destroy him if he found some excuse. This feeling of extreme danger made the hair on Su Li's neck stand on end. Just like in the underground parking lot of the Linhai State Gymnasium, just like in the foundation building surrounded by mountains in the 4 states when he encountered fatal danger, his often smiling eyes would grow brighter and brighter. It was like seeing the first ray of starlight after breaking through the gray clouds of the Donglin region. What could he do when he was coldly reprimanded and threatened by a major general who held military power? There seemed to be only a difference of 2 ranks between a major general and a lieutenant colonel, but there was a deep and almost insurmountable gap between a general and a field officer. Many ambitious professional soldiers eventually fell in front of this abyss. Faced with Du Shaoqing's indifferent ridicule and humiliation, Su Lu seemed to have no choice but to listen. However, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. How could he return to calmness? It was at this moment that he thought of Little Watermelon's father, the Westwoods tiger, who had suppressed Du Shaoqing for an entire 10 years. When faced with Du Shaoqing and his 7th Division, there was no other way but to be unreasonable, to be incomparably overbearing and violent. Su Li's narrowed eyes were almost as bright as the new moon in the sky. He stared at the black leather glove waving indifferently in front of his nose, and suddenly said, "Lambskin!" The black leather glove in Du Shaoqing's hand slowly came to a stop in the evening wind. Bureau HDD doesn't care. The Federation's laws are always a little higher than the military regulations. A hint of a sincere smile appeared on Su Li's face. Violating the regulations, contradicting the superiors, being free and undisciplined. Does that mean you don't have the qualifications to be a soldier of the Federation? Then how can someone who brazenly uses lambskin as a glove and violates the Federation's Wildlife Protection Act be qualified to be a teacher? Du Shaoqing looked coldly at Su Lu. His expression was as cold as ever, but there seemed to be a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Who in the Federation didn't know that Commander Du of the Iron 7th Division was the role model of a soldier, the standard role model? His style of attire was unparalleled, and his sunglasses and black leather gloves were his style of dress. As a major general, who would dare to question such privilege? Hearing Su Li's words, Du Shaoqing was slightly angered. He said indifferently, "You can ask Bureau HDD to come find me, as long as they dare to interfere with my business." These words were very imposing and arrogant. The Iron 7th Division had always been an imposing, arrogant, and protective force. Their commander was even more so. Su Li's question was clearly asking for humiliation. Du Shaoqing's indifferent words revealed a hint of disdain and mockery that couldn't be hidden. About injuring an officer of the Iron 7th Division, contradicting the superiors, and violating the regulations. Su Lu looked at Du Shaoqing's sunglasses and said calmly, "You can ask the legal department, no, the Ministry of Defense, to come find me, as long as they dare to interfere with my business." Whatever Du Shaoqing said, Su Lu said the same thing. Normal Federation laws couldn't control the commander of the Iron 7th Division, but could the military regulations control Su Lu? This was a resounding slap to Du Shaoqing's face. "You have privileges, but I have a father-in-law who is the scapegoat and a distant relative beside Feiqing Lake. As the saying goes, unreasonable and unreasonable. In the end, isn't this what it means to be angry?" Du Shaoqing's face finally changed. The cedar tree on the mountain began to loosen. Snow rustled and fell, and endless coldness rose. However, just as this major general was about to flip out, Su Lu said something that directly slapped him in the face, and also didn't allow him to apply the ointment. He looked straight ahead, his line of sight passing through Du Shaoqing's ice-like shoulders and side face to look at the last trace of sunset in the distance. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't go crazy anymore. Otherwise, if you really force me to go crazy, what good will it do you? You are a big shot. If you are beaten by me in front of so many people, how humiliating will it be for you? How can you be the second army god of the Federation in the future? I believe you know that I can fight very well. Your bodyguards didn't have time to shoot. The point is, you are standing too close to me." Su Lu withdrew his gaze and looked at Du Shaoqing. He said softly, "If I beat you until you are disabled, At most, I will not be a soldier and be sent to Qingcheng to be locked up for a dozen years. I don't care, and you should have investigated me. I can still be pardoned for killing Macklin. I didn't want to be a lieutenant colonel. It was that person in the official residence and that old man who asked me to be a lieutenant colonel. Su Lu lowered his voice and finished this long paragraph, which was rare for him. Then he took a deep breath and said with narrowed eyes, reporting to Commander, "Please allow me to not flip out." No one present heard what Su Lu said. They only noticed that Commander Du Shaoqing had retracted his hands behind his back and clenched them tightly. The black lambskin glove on his left hand was clenched so tightly that it was somewhat deformed. Du Shaoqing stared at Su Li's face and was silent for a long time. When the anger in his heart gradually turned into a kind of cold emotion, he smiled slightly and said, "Good, very good. You are indeed the second person who dares to threaten me to my face after that savage in the West Woods." Everyone was silent. Night fell, and everyone was shocked and confused. Commander Du Shaoqing of the Iron 7th Division had never smiled in his entire life in the military camp, but today he smiled. What was his current state of mind? Chapter 336. Power, glory, and wealth were all things that Su Lu liked, but he didn't feel that they were indispensable. Some of the things that he truly cared about had already been blown away by the wind in front of the Parliament building, while the other parts were firmly reborn in a certain building or a dark prison cell. Those things that he cared about the most were not things that could be forcibly taken away by external forces. Thus, for the current him, he had nothing to lose, so he naturally had nothing to fear. His eyes narrowed, and the strict social order and certain unbreakable rules of the military camp were crushed by his eyelids. Back in the day, the Fei Chung brute had once caused the Empire's emperor to bleed and fall in a fit of anger. The Federation's ancient proverb had a similar saying. Du Shaoqing wasn't the Empire's emperor, and Su Lu wasn't Li Pifu, but Su Lu truly did have a bit of the swift and fierce aura beneath his cheerfulness, as well as the ability to launch an explosive strike. This displayed a deterrent force. Teacher Du's status was dignified, cold, and tyrannical. He had great ambitions and great aspirations, so he naturally couldn't fight with an unreasonable barefoot man like Su Lu. This was a natural imbalance and weakness. Su Lu had helped the Federation choke a poisonous seed of the Empire to death. However, after the incident, many of the Federation's top politicians, as well as the upper echelons of the 7 great families, developed a strong sense of vigilance toward him. They even wanted to erase his existence, precisely because of this reason. For a stable society, someone like Su Lu, who had the strength to challenge a certain order and dared to do so, was not a good thing. The stable structure that human society relied on was the order and arrangement of social strata. Someone who threatened this order absolutely could not be allowed. Even that old man from Feicheng, if he wasn't a military god who had established outstanding military service for the Federation, if he wasn't surrounded by truly vicious Empire invaders at the other end of the universe, it was likely that the Federation would have long acted like a living creature, trying to expel the mutated cells in its body. Lady Tai knew that Su Li's threat to the Federation didn't only lie in his intentions and ability, but also in a deeper layer of relationship. Thus, her desire to erase Su Lu was stronger than anyone else's. However, as of now, Su Lu was still alive and well. Du Shaoqing smiled, for the first time in the military camp. His smile was filled with faint self-mockery, because he was very clear that Su Li's threat was indeed something that he was very afraid of. Facing an expert who did not care about rules, using military rules to pressure him was simply impossible. Since that was the case, how could he fly into a rage? But in the end, Du Shaoqing was still Du Shaoqing, a famous general with a slight self-deprecating smile. He was more frightening than ever before, but he was able to forcibly suppress the madly growing anger in his heart and did not lose his composure at all. He just stared at Su Lu in front of him and then slowly took off his sunglasses. Deep in his eye sockets, his gaze was deep and cold, like a deep mining pit on some mineral planet. Methane and snow were accumulated there, reflecting the bright background of the universe, giving people a feeling that they couldn't bear the coldness. I heard that you were the one who successfully developed the MX. Du Shaoqing stared into Su Li's eyes and said, as a famous general of a generation, being able to judge the situation and be brave enough to make a decisive decision was a form of true military wisdom. In just a few seconds, he had calmed down and accepted Su Li's threat that neither side would fly into a rage. The officers present all knew of Su Li's important role in the development of the MX mecha, so they didn't show any shock at these words. Su Lu let out a small sigh of relief. Just as he was about to explain something, he heard Du Shaoqing continue calmly. In the first test battle of the MX mecha on Ka Chifeng, you completely defeated Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng. I think that your understanding of the MX mecha should be #1 in the Federation. Under the influence of President Sieg and Lady Tai, the details of the MX mecha battle at the Old Moon base had always been kept a secret. The Federation's military only knew that in that battle, the Nutshell Engineering Department had won against the Federation's Academy of Sciences, and the MX mecha had been finalized. However, they never knew who those two extremely powerful mecha pilots were. In the training base, Zhou Yu had known the truth, and the members of Team 7 had also vaguely understood some of it from Secretary Bai's mouth. However, most people did not know this. Right now, hearing Instructor Du say it calmly, they finally understood that their mecha instructor was actually someone who could defeat the successor of the Lees of Philadelphia. That crazy genius. The lined-up officers stared at Instructor Little Su in shock, somewhat unable to believe their own ears. Thinking back to how they had been trying to use mecha to challenge their instructor these past few months, they couldn't help but feel a sense of shame and fear. Su Lu knew why Du Shaoqing would bring up his most outstanding achievement at this time. He looked at the other, frowned slightly, and said, reporting to Instructor, "This is a Federation secret. 3 days ago, the details of the battle at Ka Chifeng have already been declassified." Du Shaoqing looked at him expressionlessly. A strange feeling grew in Su Li's heart. He wasn't sure what the cold and callous instructor in front of him meant by saying all this. Right then, Du Shaoqing continued coldly, "I heard that you were personally recruited into the army by the Lord Marshal." In the past few decades, the Federation had only had 2 marshals. One was the current president, but no one would directly address him as the Grand Marshal. The other was the actual marshal. Although that old man had already resigned from all his military positions many years ago, returning to the shores of Lake Philadelphia to watch the water, the mountains, the snow, the fish, and the world, everyone in the Federation, especially the soldiers, would respectfully refer to this old man as the marshal whenever they mentioned him. Du Shaoqing's words shocked the officers present even more than the 2 facts he had revealed earlier. Su Lu looked at this person's deep gaze in slight surprise, but he could already hear the sounds of discussion coming from behind him. To be personally chosen by the Great War God and specially recruited into the army, this was more glorious than any other kind of glory. The officers looked at Instructor Su with shock and curiosity. Even the excellent military posture they had been maintaining all this time was somewhat scattered. Du Shaoqing looked at Su Lu expressionlessly. He was forced by this seemingly ordinary man to the point that he couldn't flip out. The anger in his chest turned into a stifled knife, almost cutting his heart and lungs. He directly admitted that the other party had the qualifications to make him unable to flip out, and then announced to the crowd. Then, the teacher changed the topic and returned to the topic at the beginning. You previously thought that the students didn't use the MX machine, and you are undoubtedly the most experienced soldier. Du Xiaoqing said lightly, Marshall Lee admires you a lot. If you say that you don't know how to make tactical deductions, who would believe that? If you were the one attacking today, how would you attack? The words were as cold as ice, but no one could stop them. Du Xiaoqing's strategy was amazing, and no one could compare to his detailed deductions. He had actually used the commanding techniques on the battlefield at this moment. If I can't use military rank to suppress you, I'll use logic to suppress you. In just 3 sentences, Du Xiaoqing had pushed Su Lu to the front of everyone's burning gazes, pushing him to a certain height. You are the developer of the MX Mecha. You are the strong person who defeated Madman Li. You are the person personally groomed by the great marshal. If Su Lu still said that he didn't know how to respond at this time, who would believe him? With Su Li's personality, if he didn't know how to respond, he wouldn't. He wasn't particularly afraid of losing face. But at this time, Du Xiaoqing had connected him to the Lees of Philadelphia, so he couldn't help but be cautious. The reason he could survive and leave the dark military prison was all because of that old man. Although he viewed that old man as a distant relative in his heart, he knew very well that the upper echelons of the federal military all saw him as someone the great war god would focus on grooming. Otherwise, why would Deputy Commander E be so cordial with a small fry like him during the ceremony this morning? It had nothing to do with protecting the glory of the Lees of Philadelphia. Su Lu just didn't want that old man's vision to be questioned by Du Xiaoqing. He also didn't want to become a silent rock after throwing a tantrum, so he wanted to answer Du Xiaoqing's question about the military drill. The heavens pitied him. Su Lu was really a rookie when it came to military tactics. Even if Du Xiaoqing wasn't personally in command today, how many generals in the Federation dared to say that they could break through the joint defense of the Iron 7th Division? How could he break through? After a moment of silence, Su Lu raised his head to look at Du Xiaoqing and said, I don't know how to make tactical deductions, so I will let Zhou Yu continue to be in full command, just like how the situation developed during the day. Then use your method to gamble with your life and bet where your division headquarters is. In the beginning, he had not been confident enough in his words, but after a few sentences, he remembered that he was just messing around anyway. He straightened himself up and said, The M-Series mechas of the Special Mecha Battalion are all stationed in the command center. I won't bring them with me. As long as Zhou Yu can bet where the headquarters of the 7th Division is, give me 8 MX series, and I will break through your headquarters. Give me 8 MX series, and I will break through your headquarters. How bold and arrogant were these words. It even made people feel that they were ridiculous. The MX Mecha's performance was indeed excellent, and its surprise attack power was extremely strong. However, when facing an entire division of mechanics, how could it be possible to break through the layers of defense and attack the other's headquarters? Strangely enough, when the officers heard Su Lu say this, they didn't show any mocking expressions, but instead fell into deep thought. Just like how Du Xiaoqing had been able to stand up straight and give off the feeling of a cedar tree pressing down on their heads, making them not dare to speak, a person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. To be able to operate a MX Mecha to defeat Madman Li, to be able to gain the favor of the Federation's god of war, no matter how outrageous the mecha surprise attack, Su Lu said, they couldn't help but ponder it. Su Lu knew that he was indeed speaking nonsense. He didn't know how to make tactical deductions, so he didn't have the ability to make any of his own judgments when it came to commanding. His only source of confidence in the military camp came from the swift and agile attack style of the MX Mecha, to break through the combined defense of the Iron 7th Division. He had no way at all, so he could only let Zhou Yu continue to be in command, and then repeat Du Shaoqing's murderous command judgment, and then make a strange move, saying that he would use 8 MX series to break through the enemy's headquarters. In any case, it was all said with his mouth, so there was no way to prove that he was lying. Su Lu thought in his heart. At this moment, the spirit of Mr. Shi the rogue, little brother Wei the Jianghu Wei, the former rogue orphan, possessed him. Very good, very funny. Du Shaoqing looked at Su Lu and said coldly, "Who in this world can do it?" Marshal Li did it before. Su Lu replied after a moment of silence, but in his heart, he was thinking that the uncle should also have this ability. Back then, Li Pifu had controlled the M37 mecha to launch a surprise attack thousands of li away and kill the emperor of the empire, compared to controlling the new MX mecha to break through a division and destroy a division. It was undoubtedly many times more difficult. A glimmer of light appeared in Du Shaoqing's deep eyes. He had originally been prepared to say that the marshal was already old, but when the words reached his mouth, they became the following sentence. Still having the marshal on the battlefield is in itself the greatest humiliation of our Federation soldiers. Who else but the marshal can come up with such a ridiculous tactical design like yours? Do you really think you can? Su Lu lowered his head slightly and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he thought of the brilliance that spread throughout the universe and said softly, "Maybe I can." The field was silent, awkward silence. The officers woke up from the shock of Su Li's 3 brilliant battle achievements. After some thought, they confirmed that Instructor Su's tactical deduction could not be said to be daring. It was pure nonsense. Even if he was given 80 mecha, he still might not be able to get close to the Iron 7th Division's division headquarters. However, at this time, when they heard that Su Lu actually really thought that he could, they could not help but feel awkward. In the gradually darkening night and in the strange atmosphere, Instructor Du Shaoqing laughed once again. His slightly mocking smile contained undisguised coldness and disgust. As a representative of the academic faction of the federal military, he had always believed that on the battlefield, strategy and tactics were the key to determining victory and defeat. An individual's bravery would always be the bravery of an ordinary person, unable to determine the overall situation. It was precisely because of this unbreakable belief that Du Shaoqing was somewhat dismissive of Su Lu and the new MX mecha that the federal military valued so much. Today's graduation demonstration seemed to have proven his belief. However, at this time, Su Lu actually dared to say that he could defeat the Iron 7th Division's division headquarters with just 8 MX mecha. What kind of ridiculous and irresponsible nonsense was this? Did he need to use ironclad facts to educate this shameless person in front of him? Du Shaoqing stared coldly at Su Lu. Most of the participating troops had already left, and Iron 7th Division was only left with a full battalion. However, he believed that even a well-trained full battalion would be enough to trap and kill 8 MX mecha. Looks like you're really stupid when it comes to tactical deduction. Du Shaoqing took a deep breath and thought about the instructions of that big shot in the capital before he left. He decided to let Su Lu off the hook for now. After saying this, he turned around and left, still as cold as ever. On the other hand, a few of the officers of the 3rd Military Region looked at Su Lu with disdain, as if they were looking at the biggest idiot in the world. Su Lu didn't angrily call for the other to come back and compete with him. Instead, he was somewhat glad that Iron 7th Division didn't allow him to hold another military drill to see if his tactical deduction could succeed. His military boots were already soaked, relying on 8 MX mecha to fight an entire battalion of mechanics. That was really an idiot. Even if the Special Forces mixed 8 MX Mecca, they still wouldn't be able to defeat a division headquarters. You really dare to talk nonsense. To everyone's surprise, from the side of the rostrum, a group of black officers walked over. Surrounded by those generals, they were the defense minister, Zhou Yingxing, and the 1st Military Region's commanding officer, General Miles. Du Xiaoqing, who was just about to leave, paused and stopped in his tracks. Under the shocked and confused gazes of the crowd, General Miles smiled and said, "Xiaoqing, didn't the 7th Division still leave a battalion behind? Let this guy try to defeat a battalion. Chapter 337. The Federation attached great importance to the military officer training this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much effort and used the few crystal mines in the first place to transfer the troops to participate in the battle from afar, so that the military officer students could use them as chess pieces. These officer cadets were, in a sense, the future of the Federal Army, but who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Perhaps they would fall in space before they became generals, or perhaps they would be mediocre on the battlefield in the future. Thus, although the military placed great importance on this, they were careful not to make too much of a spectacle. Today, the highest-ranking general who had personally come to watch the graduation drill was only Deputy Commander E of the 1st Military Region. Who would have thought that the defense minister and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, these two top brass of the military, would quietly come to the base several hours after the drill had ended? What were they doing here? Seeing Minister Zhou and General Miles being accompanied by a group of officers, everyone present could not help but feel shocked and confused, countless thoughts running through their minds. This was especially so for Division Commander Du Xiaoqing, who had been preparing to leave. His grip on his gloves and sunglasses tightened subconsciously, and his sword-like eyebrows twitched slightly. The arrival of 2 military bigwigs made him feel confused, especially General Miles' words earlier, which made the veins on his forehead pop out and disappear. Let his own personal guard battalion play a game with Sulu? Try breaking through a battalion? The cold and proud Du Xiaoqing felt that he and the 7th Division were being disrespected, and many feelings of displeasure welled up in his heart. However, the other party was the highest-ranking general of the federal military, so he silently saluted and then stood to one side, not saying anything. Of course, Du Xiaoqing, you can't do it yourself. If you personally command that special attack personal guard battalion of yours, that would be bullying, said General Miles as he looked at Du Xiaoqing. Hearing this, Du Xiaoqing's expression cleared slightly, and his mood improved slightly. He was indeed somewhat curious about this legendary mecha expert Su Lu. Although he had seen the recording of Su Li's battle, he had never seen him up close. Especially after seeing Su Li's tough attitude earlier, his mood had already darkened to the extreme. Now that there was such a chance, he could try to beat this person up a little and use iron-blooded facts to educate this person. This was very rare. After a moment of silent consideration, Du Xiaoqing said in a low voice, "Shimen, fight well. Don't embarrass the 7th Division." Behind him, the eyes of Shimen Jin. A bright light flashed through his eyes. He saluted and loudly said, "I promise to complete the mission." Admiral Myers nodded. The military had a deeper level of consideration for this military exercise, which was why he and Zhou Yingxing had suddenly come to the base after the military exercise. However, even if it was to achieve that strategic objective, they could not let Du Xiaoqing personally command. As the Federation's most promising major general, using him to spar with these cadets was really like using the main cannon of a battleship to fight mecha. It was a bit of a mountain out of a molehill, and it was also a form of disrespect to Division Commander Du Xiaoqing. Defense Minister Zhou Yingxing stood calmly beside General Miles, not saying a word. From the moment he had appeared, Sulu had been staring at him, thinking about how he had forced Du Xiaoqing to the point where he could not flip out. He could not help but feel that life was really strange. Just as he was thinking of taking the blame for his father-in-law, this person really came to take the blame for him. Thinking too much, Sulu only came back to his senses when he heard Shimin Jin promise to complete the mission. His lips parted slightly, and his eyes subconsciously narrowed. From the beginning until now, it seemed like no one had asked for his opinion. It should be known that if such a small-scale military exercise was really designed, the person who would be piloting the MX to attack the opposing division would be him. However, even Du Xiaoqing had no choice but to temporarily restrain his coldness and arrogance in front of the federal military's will. How could he object? With just one sentence from General Miles, the base, which had already become quiet, began to bustle again. The staff officers of the 1st Military Region Staff Officer Unit once again returned to the Military Exercise Command Hall and began to design and adjust the military exercise data model. They were so busy that they did not even have time to eat dinner. As these staff officers designed the military exercise plan, they also felt that it was hilarious and ridiculous using 8 MX mechas to attack an entire battalion. With this sort of power difference, no matter how perfect the Military Exercise Command Center's plan was, it would not be able to achieve a complete balance. Most of the participating troops had already left the base on military aircraft. The main forces of the Iron 7 Division had already embarked on their journey back to System S3. In today's military exercise, the MX Mecha had already demonstrated their formidable combat prowess. If this had been a normal military exercise, the staff officers might have really believed that these 8 MX Mecha would be able to take down an entire battalion's defensive line. But the problem was that the last battalion left in the base was the Iron 7 Division's most ferocious all-mecha defense battalion. All the officers of the Federation knew that the strength of the Iron 7 Division was mainly due to Division Commander Xiaoqing, followed by a group of outstanding officers led by Shimin Jin, and the most ferocious of all was the All-Mecha Defense Battalion. In many military exercises in the past, the Iron 7 Division had never mobilized the defense battalion by the division commander's side. Once this battalion was mobilized, it meant that the other side had indeed performed extremely well. But at the same time, the military exercise was about to end. The Iron 7 Division's defense battalion was nominally an entire battalion, but in reality, if you included the mechanical repair company and the individual logistics system, this battalion was extremely overstaffed. When these military staff officers had nothing to do, they had done some calculations on their combat power. If the Iron 7 Division's defense battalion was fully mobilized, they would actually have the combat power of an independent regiment. The time for this sudden, small-scale military exercise was set for the next morning. However, the military staff officers busied themselves for half the night and still couldn't come up with a plan for the military exercise. This was because in the past military exercises, there had never been such a strange design. After a long time of frustration, the staff officers of the Military Exercise Command Center decided to revise the original plan. After consulting with their superiors, they added in a data simulation. With the help of the Federal Central Computer, they designed their own virtual military force. Only then did they barely manage to pass the military exercise plan. One side of the military exercise was the Iron 7 Division's Defense Battalion and a virtual support team. The other side was the virtual battalion commanded by the officer cadets and the 8 MX mechas led by Sulu. While the staff officers were busy, Sulu and the officer cadets were eating dinner in the cafeteria of the base. After the sudden confrontation in the afternoon, the members of Team 7, who called themselves the 17 Mechanics, had already shed their initial suspicion and uneasiness towards Sulu. Under the lead of Xiong Lingquan, they clamored and yelled as they sat at his table. As for the other officer cadets, their impression of Instructor Xiao Su had also undergone a fundamental change. They all sat at the table beside him with smiles on their faces. Thus, the scene in the cafeteria was very interesting. With Su Li's table as the center, 50 to 60 soldiers sat neatly in a circle. Although everyone had smiles on their faces, those smiles were actually very forced. Tomorrow morning, these officer cadets would once again walk onto the simulated battlefield of the military exercise, and Su Lu would have to lead the 8 MX mechas to complete that seemingly impossible mission. Today, the military transferred 3 mechanics over. Although the 2 reserve divisions are only used to set up the simulated battlefield and exert pressure, they can't be deployed to the lonely mountain area. But after all, we are commanding 3 divisions. If we lost so badly against the Iron 7 division, I have even less confidence in commanding tomorrow morning. Zhou Yu put down the utensils in his hands and said with a complicated expression, Commander Du's tactical deduction has no loopholes. Although Shimin Jin will be commanding tomorrow, in reality, the Iron 7 division is still his division regardless of whether he is there or not. I can't find any loopholes in their plan. As for the surprise attack by the MX mechas, if it was a true surprise attack, perhaps there would be some chance of success. But this impromptu military exercise has already clearly indicated that you are going to launch a surprise attack, so the other side will definitely be prepared to deal with it. There is no way we can succeed in this kind of ridiculous military exercise. Su Lu lowered his head and ate silently, not saying a word. He could feel the atmosphere in the cafeteria. The officer cadets had never had the experience of commanding a large unit by themselves, especially freshly graduated students like Zhou Yu. No matter how talented he was, the gap between him and Instructor Du Xiaoqing could not be closed. At this time, everyone no longer had much confidence in themselves. After General Miles somewhat unreasonably confirmed the impromptu military exercise, Su Lu noticed that Du Xiaoqing was looking at him coldly. With his ability to judge people's hearts, he actually felt a trace of murderous intent. The burning zhenqi in his body immediately began to circulate, becoming extremely sensitive. Su Li's mood was somewhat gloomy and slightly angry. Although Du Xiaoqing had not been able to fly into a rage today, which had caused him to lose face, and because of Park Ji-ho and other matters, it was difficult for him to coexist peacefully with the Iron 7 division. But the other party had actually wanted to kill him. This made him feel incomprehensible and uneasy. Just as he was about to comfort the student who was forcing a smile, he saw Secretary Jiao walk in and use his eyes to signal for him to follow him out. Minister, Zhou wants to see you. Secretary Jiao had met Su Lu a few times and was no stranger to him. He also knew that the person in front of him often went in and out of the Shishan Zhou family. Su Lu was slightly startled. He did not understand why Minister Zhou wanted to see him at such a tense time before the military exercise. Was he not afraid of the speculation and discussion within the military? Sit in the high-rise suite of the training base. Zhou Yingxing took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose and calmly waved his hand at Su Lu, indicating that he should sit on the sofa beside the bed. This big shot who had suddenly risen to power in the Federation, whether it was in charge of logistics in the General Assembly base, or cautiously holding his tail between his legs as the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of National Defense, or now that he had become a real big shot with great power in the federal military, his expression was always so calm and peaceful. There was not the slightest change because of his rise in rank and power. Su Lu sat down and looked at Zhou Yingxing in front of him. He suddenly thought of a year ago at the Milky Way Public Cemetery when they first met. They should not have been familiar with each other, but because of the black pot, they became familiar with each other. Looking at the white hair on Zhou Yingxing's mane, Su Lu felt a little emotional. He thought that Minister Zhou probably had to bear a lot of pressure between the government and the back mountain. Teacher Xiaoqing is talented, courageous, and capable, so it is natural for him to be proud and cold. As a soldier of the Federation, you have to admit that he is a model soldier. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is difficult for you to find fault with him. Zhou Yingxing looked at him gently and said, "The president and the new members of the parliament all admire him." After casually mentioning this powerful minister did not say anything else, nor did he blame Su Lu for his performance today. In the past year, Su Lu had often gone to the West Mountain compound to eat, and had also had a few deep and simple conversations with the other in the study. He had gradually gotten used to this style of speaking, but he was extremely sensitive to some hidden meaning in Minister Zhou's words. It was difficult to find fault with Du Xiaoqing. Did this mean that some people in the upper echelons of the military had been trying to find fault with the Iron 7th Division? On the surface, the data shows that only 27 MX mecha have been made, but in reality, the General Assembly Base and the Nutshell Engineering Department have already made 230 MX mecha. Minister Zhou calmly changed the topic and said the relevant military mechanics have also been receiving training in Hong Kong. The ones in charge of the training are Shang Qiu, whom you know, and those companions who worked with you all those years ago. Su Lu nodded. The Federation had sent Shang Qiu and the others to train mechanic engineers, while he was sent here to train pilots. With both sides working together at the same time, the actual large-scale equipment of MX should be able to be brought forward. It was just that he did not really understand why he had to train so harshly in their mecha abilities when the training officers were trained according to the standards of their commanding officers. Why did the military not let him train the original pilots of the various units? Fitting out a new mecha is a comprehensive project. It cannot be rushed. So Yingxing's brows showed signs of fatigue. He said, "But no one knows how much data the Empire has on those two corridors. When will the first shot be fired in the West Woods? So the military must hurry. The department has seen the teaching materials you wrote in the base and admired them very much, especially your statement that the pilots themselves should also be excellent mechanics. The Federation cannot immediately train tens of thousands of ready-made mechanics. If the people who operate the mecha have a deeper understanding of the mecha, this problem can be solved. After some modifications to your teaching materials, they will be sent to the 4 great military academies." Zhou Yingxing seemed to be in a better mood. He looked at him with a smile and said, "I knew you could design mecha, but I didn't expect your theoretical level of mecha operation to be so good." Su Lu was a little embarrassed. He had never formally learned how to operate mecha. He had only memorized a lot of it in Yue University. Coupled with the advanced testing system in H1, he had been able to rely on his deep knowledge of mechanics and his understanding of the MX to come up with this set of teaching materials. He had not expected that this set of teaching materials, which he had been forced to write, would actually be used by the military. In the past, the official data stated that there were only 400 M-series mecha. How many are there really? Su Lu thought back to what Minister Zhou had said earlier, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He had a close relationship with this important person in front of him. He could not help but want to know the big question he had when he was reading the weapons magazines in Donglin. 3,400 units, and it's still increasing at the rate of 20 units a day. Minister Zhou rested both his hands on the sofa and replied with a smile, "The MX is a brand new system. The main assembly base and Nutshell don't have enough production lines, and the cost is too high. The old M-series mecha will still play a big role in future battles. Hearing this number, Su Li's heart shook. So the Federation had been hiding its true strength all this time. And looking at the trace of emotion and satisfaction on Minister Zhou's face, he remembered that this general had always been in charge of the Federation's logistics system. The astonishing number of mecha and the powerful ability to deliver supplies should be the condensation of the other's life's work and his greatest pride. Everyone knew that logistics were the key to war, and the Federation had appointed a general with a logistical background as the Federation's Minister of Defense. No matter how much of this involved, the strong recommendation of Macho Yingxing and President Pabre's balancing act, it at least proved that the Federation was changing some big concepts. Summoning him here in the middle of the night naturally couldn't be just to talk about some Federation secret numbers or daily life. Su Lu thought to himself that tonight's conversation would definitely have something to do with the MX Mecha. These training officers and the Japanese military exercise this time are actually the plans drawn up by the Joint Chiefs of Staff after the MX Mecha standard was officially confirmed half a year ago. Minister Zhou looked at him calmly and asked, "Do you know the true purpose of this military exercise?" Su Lu shook his head. War is a war of people and also a war of equipment. A revolutionary weapon will bring about a revolutionary change in the thinking of war. Unfortunately, the MX appeared too late, and the war is just around the corner. There isn't much time for the federal military generals to gradually discover the importance of the MX and gradually change the inherent tactical guiding ideology. To change the established thinking they learned from the 4 major military academies is a very difficult thing. This bend, no matter who tries, it will be very difficult to turn it around. But we need to consider what kind of situation we will face if the Empire's new mecha has already been successfully developed, Zhou Yingxing said with a serious expression. In the future, the frontline commanders must learn a completely new commanding ideology in terms of attack and defense. Attack, they must maximize the mobility of the MX mecha. Defense, they must learn how to face the highly mobile close-range attacks of the new mecha. All the generals in the military must have a deep understanding that in the future battlefields of the planetary continent, the mecha is the most important thing. Zhou Yingxing's tone was calm, but it carried a trace of an air that brooked no resistance. This was the long-term plan of the top brass of the federal military, the crystallization of their collective wisdom, and also the general trend of the federal army's reform. The reason why I didn't let you train the original pilots, but instead train these commanders, is to spread this attitude towards the MX mecha to all the troops through these officers. In the future, when this batch of officers grows up, they will become staunch supporters of the theory of mecha dominance. This is also the mission President Pabre and the military has given you. Hearing these words, Su Lu could not help but feel his mind waver. He had not expected that he would actually be involved in such an important matter. He pursed his lips and then said seriously, "The students have learned very well. In today's military exercise, the Special Mecha Battalion, led by Hua Xiaoxi, has already displayed the capabilities of the MX Mecha. It's still too far from the requirements of the Joint Conference." Zhou Yingxing shook his head coldly and said, "Zhou, you clearly had a 70% chance of getting to the opponent's command center." They clearly knew where the MX's deep penetration ability was, but they were still limited by their inherent tactical discipline and ideology. They only dared to attack the backup mecha base of Iron 7 Division, not daring to directly attack the division headquarters. The division headquarters might have failed because they were facing the Iron 7 Division, but in this military exercise, the Joint Conference had originally hoped to display the capabilities of the MX mecha to shake the old ideology of the spectating officers. Unfortunately, the MX's capabilities were only partially displayed. The officers present and watching from afar were not truly moved. Minister Zhou rubbed his forehead tiredly and sighed softly. He said, "Without being moved from the depths of one's heart, it is very difficult to adjust the strategic thinking of an army. This is especially true for this group of academic officers, led by Commander Shaoqing. They still firmly believe that strategy is the most important thing on the battlefield. Of course, the Joint Conference will definitely not oppose this ideology, but they will need to make adjustments. In fact, one of Commander Shaoqing's personal guard camps is filled with mecha. He understands the importance of equipment better than anyone else, but he has always been proud of his daily training and commanding, so he subconsciously does not want to admit this point." So Yingxing said calmly, "This is also the real reason why Admiral Miles and I came to the base. After your impromptu military exercise ends tomorrow, there will be a senior general meeting immediately. The 4 main armies and the Federal Fleet will be connected remotely." Su Lu stared blankly at the department head sitting on the sofa. Only now did he realize that the impromptu military exercise in the early hours of the morning was not because of the trivial matter between him and the Iron 7 Division. It had such a profound meaning. He suddenly felt a little cold. His voice was slightly hoarse as he said, "A super defense battalion full of mechas. I can't win." The Joint Conference is not asking you to fight the Iron 7 Division, just one camp. The military exercise plan is already out. Both sides will divide up the simulated forces and try to get as close as possible. Other than those military cadets, the 7th group will also be assigned to you. Minister Zhou waved his hand dismissively and said, "In truth, no one expects you to win. They just hope that even if you lose beautifully. You need to use ironclad facts to warn those generals that anyone who underestimates the usefulness of the MX mecha will definitely end up in a sorry state. On the battlefield, that is a tragic sight to behold." He was going to fight a battle that was destined to be unwinnable just to vent his anger and make the other side suffer heavy losses. This would leave a shadow in the hearts of the generals. Su Lu felt that this matter was a little ridiculous. Furthermore, he knew that he would lose, but he still had to lose to the bastard Iron 7 Division. Thinking of Du Shaoqing's extremely cold and murderous eyes, Su Lu felt a wave of anger rise in his heart. He said, "Can I not go? You have already signed the contract to sell your body." Zhou Yingxing looked at Su Lu, and his brows furrowed slightly. He knew in his heart that such a request was unreasonable for this person. Regardless of the outcome, if Su Lu were to beat the opponent into a pulp, he would definitely offend Du Shaoqing, who had the most limitless future in the Federation military, as well as the incomparably iron-blooded 7th Division. Thinking of this, Minister Zhou's gaze softened. Thinking of the relationship between his daughter and the man in front of him, a complicated thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Su Lu was single, and so was Yuzi. Anyway, Lu Hua's father was this fellow's name. "If, after this matter is done, come over for a meal," Minister Zhou said casually. Su Lu nodded gloomily. However, he thought that after this matter was done, the government should send Mr. Shura special pardon, right? Thinking of this, he smiled and asked, "How's Lu Hua's appetite now?" "Very good at eating," Minister Zhou said calmly. In the warehouse on the other side of the base, the atmosphere was solemn and heavy. In the extremely spacious warehouse, 700 Federation soldiers were nervously but orderly making the final preparations before the battle. Some people cleaned up their guns, removed the real ammunition, and replaced it with digital analog signal generators. The self-propelled, armored vehicles' engines began to roar. In the innermost part of the warehouse, dozens of black M52 mechas were like iron giants, coldly watching the people in the warehouse. The busy mechanical engineers beside the mechas were shouting something through the intercom, and all kinds of equipment were moving in and out. If the Iron 7th Division was the trump card of the 3rd Military Region, the trump card that the Federation regrettably didn't go through the test of war, then the local defense unit that had always followed Du Shaoqing was the trump card of the trump card. Whether it was the equipment or the quality of the soldiers, they were second to none in the entire military. They were extremely excellent, and they had always been under the command of the best military officers. Although it wasn't a real battle, the soldiers of the local defense unit were abnormally solemn. They treated any drill as a real battle, especially this impromptu drill that was about to begin in the early morning. It was related to the glory of Division Commander Shaoqing and the entire Iron 7th Division. Many people already knew about the story between the lieutenant colonel named Su Lu and their division commander on the field. Their hearts were filled with anger, and they decided to directly smash the troops led by that reckless lieutenant colonel into pieces. Following a sharp beep of an alarm, the armored vehicles and the M52 mecha that had switched to moving mode began to rumble forward, crushing the hard and special ground as they moved into the night, heading towards the designated area of the military exercise headquarters to set up defenses. Division Commander, why did you agree to the Ministry of Defense's request? Everyone knows that kid is the future son-in-law of the head of the military. Our Iron 7th Division is not a tool to play games with other people. A lieutenant colonel stood beside Division Commander Du Shaoqing and said angrily. Du Shaoqing was silent and didn't answer. He only glanced at Shimin Jin beside him to confirm that this subordinate of his that he admired the most didn't have any intention of underestimating the enemy. He nodded his head in satisfaction. There are no games on the battlefield. Du Shaoqing said coldly. Shimin, fight well. Yes, Division Commander, Shimin Jin replied in a low voice, and then followed his troops into the darkness. Watching the local defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division gradually disappear into the darkness, listening to the faint sounds of mechas tearing through the forest and the rumbling of tanks in the distance, Du Shaoqing's deep eye sockets suddenly became cold, but it immediately turned into a trace of indescribable complex emotions. Many people, including his subordinates, thought that this impromptu military drill was a joke, but what kind of person was Du Shaoqing? Although he was successfully angered by Su Lu, he only needed to calm down for a few minutes to clearly determine the true intentions of the Joint Conference and the Ministry of Defense. This was not a dispute between him and Su Lu. In fact, Su Lu didn't even have the right to challenge his military talent. Du Shaoqing quietly looked at the dark night, but from this impromptu military drill and the intentions of the military, he thought of something even more profound. Looking at the entire universe, Du Shaoqing had always had no respect for anyone on the battlefield. Even the tiger in the West Woods was just a person with courage but no brains in his eyes. Only one person stood in front of him like a mountain, blocking the blue sea, blue sky, and thousands of stars in his eyes. That was the Federation's god of war, Li Pifu. He was not a person who only knew how to be arrogant. His heart was filled with respect and worship for the Federation's god of war. During his military career, he had even regarded Li Pifu as his teacher from afar. But Du Shaoqing was not an ordinary person. He regarded Li Pifu as his teacher, but he wanted to surpass this teacher who didn't know him and establish his own history on the battlefield. After many years of peace, the Federation urgently needed a hero after the god of war retired to the lakeside of Feiqing. Du Shaoqing relied on his own talent and his achievements in the Iron 7th Division to become the successor of the god of war. He himself did not contradict this saying. His real thought was, if not me, who else can do it? However, the god of war suddenly left Feiqing, went to the capital special district, and went to the military prison of Qingcheng All for that kid. That kid even entered the military base and became the instructor of this batch of officers with great potential. Du Xiaoqing's cold eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Successor? The god of war, Li Pifu, had both military wisdom and supreme bravery. He was the epitome of military talent. Du Xiaoqing took away the word strategy, while Su Lu challenged Li Feng at the top of Cocky Peak and killed Macklin at S2. However, he took away the word bravery from Li Pifu. The marshal shocked the universe back then. In the end, he relied on his bravery to travel thousands of miles to kill the emperor of the empire. Du Xiaoqing looked at the dark night with some loneliness and muttered to himself in his heart. Su Lu was still an inconspicuous instructor, but he already felt threatened. How far would he go in the future? A person specially trained by the army god. Therefore, he wanted to prove to the entire federal military that between strategy and bravery, strategy was the most important thing. This was also why he agreed to the Ministry of National Defense and let his subordinates and Su Lu carry out this military exercise. But in fact, in the deepest part of Du Xiaoqing's heart, he had always been disgusted with the Federation and the military. He respected Li Pifu very much. When he was studying at the first military academy, he had calmly thought about this because the god of war would always die. As a person who governed the military, Du Xiaoqing insisted that training the level of logistical support, the ability to implement tactics, and the unpredictability of strategic intentions were the most important things to kill the enemy on the battlefield. Individual heroism and idol creation could bring an extremely strong combat strength in normal times, but this kind of influence was too heavily relied on. Once the hero or idol died, what would the army do? However, Du Xiaoqing did not notice that at this time, several soldiers left in the warehouse were secretly looking at him from afar, looking at the tall and straight figure of their teacher. The eyes of these soldiers were filled with fanatical worship and awe. He himself was already the embodiment of the Iron 7th Division. The plan for the military exercise has been decided. The Iron 7 Division has been given a virtual high-speed missile unit by the central computer. It's a non-cruise system. Although it won't do much damage to the MX Mecha, it'll still be a big problem. Our side has only been moved by a virtual reorganization camp. Those digital signals will face the trump card of Iron 7th Division, so we can't place too much hope on them. Besides, the tactical intent this time is too clear. The other side will definitely be on guard against the MX Mecha breaking out of camp. If the other side has a thermal activation band monitor, then it will be very difficult for you guys to approach silently. If you guys block all electronic signals, then I can release a few inductive heat sources and try. But the problem is, if you guys block all electronic signals, then you won't be able to receive the satellite map and real-time information from the command center. In this vast mountain range, where will you find the other side's command center? The most important thing is, I might not be able to bet on the location of his command center from the electronic monitoring. Zhou Yu, who was in charge of the overall tactical deduction and specific command, was not as gentle and calm as usual. His brows were furrowed, and his expression was worried as he said, "The local defense camp's equipment is too strong." Although Du Xiaoqing is not well known, I heard that he is Du Xiaoqing's most trusted staff officer. He is still a guard with the rank of lieutenant colonel, and is educated by Du Xiaoqing every day. You can imagine how good his commanding skills are. "We will lose without a doubt. I can't think of any other way," said Zhou Yu directly. The stern-looking officer students beside him began to discuss among themselves. "Instructor Su, what do you suggest?" Hua Xiaoxi noticed the silent Su Lu and asked curiously. With these words, the room instantly fell silent. Su Lu was silent for a moment, then smiled somewhat helplessly and said, I'm not good at this, but Zhou, can you think of a way to tear open a hole in Iron's 7th Division's outer defensive perimeter and open up a path for me? Even if you can tear it open, it won't mean much. 8 MX Mecha are too big of a target and will be easily discovered, said Zhou seriously. Su Lu lowered his head slightly, his palm lightly stroking the black workbench beside him. He said, Hua Xiaoxi, you guys send all 7 MX Mecha out in a moment, and leave a path for me to sneak in. No matter how strong the MX Mecha are, don't expect them to actually be able to break into the opponent's command center. Zhou Yu retorted bluntly, the internal electronic codes of the federal military are too easy to identify. As mentioned earlier, unless you turn the MX into a blind and deaf person, then there will be some possibility. But for a blind and deaf person, are you prepared to wander around the mountains for an entire day and then admit defeat? I'm going to lose anyway. Just help me leave a hole. Su Lu scratched his head, then turned his head with a wry smile to say to Xiong Lingquan and the other 18 men, You guys follow me. Once you can squeeze into the hole, then spread out and help me cover up. The entire room was silent. The officer students were all excellent all-rounders, but after thinking about it, for a while, they still couldn't understand. Other than stupidity, what other adjectives could describe Instructor Xiao Su's design? The night wind blew gently. At the training base surrounded by the lush mountains, it was already autumn. Stimulated by the chill of the night, even those swaying branches seemed to be frozen stiff. 8 pure black MX Mecha were like 8 proud warriors about to go on an expedition. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the cold mecha that had been repaired and recharged. Carrying the black workbench, he climbed up in a few steps and squeezed into the comfortable design of the operation cabin. Team 7 had already taken the lead and slipped into the mountains under the night sky. These professional militants who were used to doing the dirty work for the government might not be better than the people of the Iron 7 Division in terms of military quality, but this kind of stealth work was exceptionally easy for them. Su Lu thought of the heroic figure of Xiong Lingquan breaking through the forest with Carlin's guns and cannons, and couldn't help but feel a chill. The pilots of the Federation all had their own hidden treasures. This was a rule that had been cultivated over the years. The more ace the pilot was, the more bizarre and mysterious their belongings would be. Some would use their wife's sexy underwear, some would use their daughter's school bag, and some would even put a miniature statue of Li Ruofu in their mech. No one knew that Su Lu and Madman, Li's hidden treasures, were both boxes. It was just that Su Li's box was slightly bigger, but what he really needed was the heavy leather jacket that was hidden under the black workbench. After the phone call many days ago, the 7th young master of the Li family, who had been trying to reinvest in Su Lu, had prepared money and some controlled equipment components without hesitation. Through Zhou Yu's means, he had quietly smuggled them into the base. The equipment in the base was incomparably advanced, and Su Lu also had extremely high authority. As early as half a month ago, he had already assembled the simulation system he needed the most. With the simulation system in hand, I have the world. Without this hidden treasure, Su Lu would definitely be like these military cadets when he participated in this impromptu military exercise without any confidence. Of course, his current confidence was still not much. Accompanied by the buzzing sound of micromotors, the front hatch of the MX Mecha slowly closed. The feeling of silence and isolation once again appeared in Su Li's mind. Narrowing his eyes, he opened the central control system and performed one last round of self-checks. Taking out the simulation system, he put it on and began to connect. As a mecha designer, he had an innate advantage in this aspect. The universal interface that Su Lu had designed just so happened to be able to connect to the simulation system. After 3 minutes of silence, Su Lu felt the numbing and itching sensation of electricity on the surface of his skin. He felt the scorching lines of power in his body flowing along his internal meridians, continuously sending signals to the MX Mecha. He could not help but feel a strong surge of confidence and power fill his entire body. The black MX Mecha began to move. Its cold, alloy mechanical legs did not turn into forward mode, but instead trembled strangely. Then, with a strong gust of wind, the black mecha disappeared from its original position with unparalleled speed, breaking through the forest and kicking up a cloud of dust, leaves in the air, and countless birds chirping. The 7MX mecha, who had been left behind, seemed to freeze. In the cockpit, Hua Xiaoxi thought about the scene on the screen and could not help but rub his eyes. This level of mecha control, how high of a hand speed was needed to make a mecha display this kind of speed? Everyone was shocked and amazed. Instructor Little Sue was indeed the ace pilot who had defeated the heir of the Lees of Philadelphia. This level of ferocity was truly not normal. 5:30 a.m., this strange military exercise officially began. Iron 7th Division's Ace Defense Camp, in just one encounter, displayed even greater combat power than they had displayed during the day. On the battlefield, the interference of radio waves, filtering, and strong and weak signals intertwined with each other in the air, without a sound but in an incredibly tragic manner. The moment the ground troops came into contact with each other, the numerical strength of the virtual soldiers on the central computer dropped rapidly under the attack of the local defense battalion, who cut them apart like sharp blades. Zhou Yu stared at the data on the screen with a heavy expression. Only now did he know that Instructor Du Xiaoqing's words were true. During the day, Iron 7th Division had indeed gone easy on them. Right now, the opponent looked like they were really going for it. His own ragtag troops could only hold on for another half an hour at most. I'm really sorry. Yesterday, I actually completely wrote the wrong chapter name, and today, I've been writing for an entire day. I've written 10,000 words, but in the end, I still couldn't finish writing this plot. I admit that I'm indeed very long-winded, or should we call it a glorified elaboration. My eyes are already blurry, and I really can't write anymore. Friends who have finished reading this chapter seriously should be clear that there really isn't any exaggeration in it. I'm writing seriously. It's just that there seems to be too many things I want to write, and those things that need to be explained have all been gathered in this chapter by me. Chapter 338, Area 232, 938, 26 has been lost. Simulated Support Team 1 has been wiped out. Red Team's command post has retreated 3 kilometers to the right of the Yellow Mountain Ridge. In the underground military exercise command hall of the base, the staff officers of the headquarters of the 1st Military Region were walking back and forth, retrieving data for feedback. Then, they would use the work platform to perform complicated calculations, turning the real-time situation of the exercise site into a visual image, and displaying it on a large holographic screen. The satellite controlled by the Federation's charter computer was faithfully superimposing these images with the real-world map, creating a world full of blood and smoke. These were all simulated data streams, but when displayed on the holographic screen, they turned into dazzling blocks of color. It was especially shocking. The staff officer who kept reporting the current situation had a dull and monotonous voice. It was like the voice of a synthetic robot. There was no change in his emotions. One reason was because staff officers needed to be calm. 2, in the eyes of everyone in the command hall, the failure of Red Team was already a fact of life. The impromptu military exercise had already been going on for 17 minutes. The Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion, which was under the command of Shimin-Jin, had played the role of Blue Team. From the start of the exercise, they had given everyone a huge shock. In the plan of the exercise, Blue Team, which was supposed to play the role of being attacked by the mechas, suddenly turned out in full force. Their mobile firepower fiercely attacked the valley between the two mountain ranges, catching Red Team off guard. Red Team, which was under the command of Zhou Yu and the other military cadets, suffered a huge loss at the start, although they tried their best. And even tried their best to launch counterattacks from every small angle, they were still unable to change the situation of being gradually surrounded. The Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion perfectly executed Shimin-Jin's command plan. They used a seemingly simple strategy change to achieve excellent results. It had to be said that to be able to complete such a large-scale change in the darkness before dawn, this unit's training level and combatability had reached a new level. Shimin-Jin is not bad, who said that we have to stay in the barracks obediently. Although these military cadets have been to the front lines before, they have never been the commanding officer of a unit, especially Zhou Yu, who is in charge of the specific command this time. I heard that he just graduated from No. 1 Academy. In the quiet and solemn command hall, General Myers sat on the sofa with no expression on his face. He drank a cup of hot tea and said to Minister Zhou beside him, but the Red Team reacted quickly. These officers were able to hold on for more than 10 minutes in this situation. Young people are really brave. I can see that their commanding skills are quite good. Minister of Zhou nodded and looked at the holographic screen with a serious expression. The cup of tea beside him was still steaming, and he didn't even take a sip. The unit that was supposed to be on the defensive had chosen to attack in a cold and ruthless manner. This didn't violate the rules of the drill. However, the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion was able to consecutively attack 3 key areas of the military cadets' side in an extremely short period of time. This wasn't entirely due to the lack of preparation on the part of the military cadets. It was because this unit had truly achieved the combat style of a mountain collapsing when they moved. Commander Shimin-Jin's orders were clear, concise, and powerful. His troops were also very used to this kind of fighting style. Their ability to make use of the terrain and surpass the terrain was indescribably powerful. They had truly pushed the mobility of a fully automated mechanic to the extreme. In front of such an iron-blooded army, the data simulated by the Federation's central computer was obviously nothing. The Joint Chiefs of Staff was most concerned about the performance of the MX mecha. However, in the face of the sharp attacks of the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion, their hands and feet were completely tied. Minister Zhou looked at the light screen indifferently, and a faint sense of shock arose in his heart. Who would have thought that the commander named Shimin-Jin would actually place the thermal activation band monitoring equipment at the forefront of the battlefield, and not at the most crucial command center? Moreover, this person had actually turned the armored vehicles, which were originally loaded with electromagnetic beam bombs, into countless explosive packs that would explode with a single trigger. They then charged toward the military officers' front line. Currently, the most effective weapon against mecha was the electromagnetic beam bomb. Perhaps the MX mecha's mobility was enough to mitigate most of the damage, but even an ace pilot would feel fear when he saw that the area he had to pass through was filled with these things. At the 212, 453 front line, if the Iron 7th Division's determination to advance had been delayed by even a second, the MX mecha on the military cadets' side would have been able to pass through this checkpoint. However, at this time, this checkpoint was blocked by the Iron 7th Division without any fear of death. The battle situation on the holographic screen was very tragic. Although the Red Team under the command of Officer Sheng was already showing signs of defeat, those troops were still valiantly defending every line under their command. It was indeed a siege, because although their command center had tactically retreated 3 kilometers, according to the way both sides were fighting without regard for their lives, in the end, it would only lead to them being trapped and then completely annihilated. Zhou Yu and the military cadets command was not too big of a problem, but after all, they were commanding a virtual army. On the other hand, the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division was made up of real people. Only soldiers had the soul of a soldier and could unleash power greater than what was calculated by the computer. In the face of such a force, even the most desperate resistance seemed to be futile. Minister Zhou rubbed his forehead tiredly. He had not slept for a night, so he was a little tired. However, this tiredness came from the drill site. If the command center and electronic command network were destroyed, even if the 8MX mecha could escape the threat of the Iron 7th Division's electromagnetic beam bombs, how would they be able to find the enemy's command center? How would they be of any use? It seemed that the far-reaching intentions of the federal military still could not be realized. He took a sip of the thick tea and frowned. He thought to himself that choosing the Iron 7th Division as the side for the drill was probably the wrong choice. However, if the MX had not shocked the hearts of the Federation's ace troops during the drill, how would those stubborn generals be willing to change their command strategy? In comparison, Shimin Jin's tactical command strategy was more suitable for the MX mecha. If the 8MX mecha had been on the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division, the battle would have probably ended long ago. With this thought, Minister Zhou put down his teacup and subconsciously glanced to his right. On the sofa on the far right of the first row of the drill command hall, the commander of the Iron 7th Division, Du Shaoqing, still had a cold expression on his face. Just like during the day, he did not seem to care about the development of the drill. His head was lowered, and he was resting, but his sunglasses were missing. Commander Du Shaoqing kept everyone at arm's length, and was confident that he did not care about the progress of the drill. However, there were many senior military officers in the command hall who were concerned about this tragic and somewhat helpless drill. They were impressed by the commanding ability of the cadets, but what shocked them even more was the battle prowess of the Iron 7th Division and the extremely calm command of the commander. Nonsense! General Miles roared with a gloomy expression. This chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was the same as Minister Zhou. What he was most concerned about was the performance of the MX mecha in the drill. Right then, he saw the screen displaying that the red team had scattered all 8MX mecha, as if trying to break them up into smaller groups, and forcefully cross the 212. 453 line. He could no longer control his emotions and slammed his hand down on the coffee table, causing the tea in his cup to spill out. The orderlies hurried over to clean up. General Miles took off the button on his collar and pointed at the screen. He loudly reprimanded. The electromagnetic beam is a damn thing, but how can we have time to dodge it? By the time the mechas get away, our base camp will be completely wiped out. The federal military had already come to a certain conclusion after numerous experiments on the MX mecha. This revolutionary new mecha, once fully displayed its mobility, was incomparably powerful. However, under Shimin Jin's precise command, the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division had already lured the 8MX mecha into the most unfavorable terrain. Still trying to fish in troubled waters at this time, they will only be destroyed by the division. General Miles reprimanded darkly. Once they are captured by electronic surveillance, they will be trapped in the terrain and have to face continuous attacks. How can they survive? If they were to support each other, these 8MX mecha would at least contain all of the M-series mecha and half of the self-propelled artillery systems of the Iron 7th Division. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He said coldly, "I saw that Zhou Yu's command was not bad at all. How could he have made such a stupid mistake?" Minister Zhou smiled slightly and said, "I'm afraid it was Su Li's idea." Admiral Miles was stunned. A faint, bitter smile flashed across his slightly red wrinkles due to excitement. The development of the drill was just as the general had predicted. In order to cover the 8 MX mechas dispersal, the Military Officers Command Center launched the last virtual airdrop. However, they had no choice but to choose the airdrop location to be in a valley. In the end, they were completely surrounded. On the other hand, Shimin Jin, who was commanding the Iron 7 Division's guards, coldly maintained their military positions in all directions. They carefully deployed their forces, neither too fast nor too slow. However, they stared fiercely at the 7 MX mechas. A few sure-kill encirclements gradually formed near the light spots that represented the MX mechas. They were filled with killing intent. Once the encirclement formed by the self-propelled artillery and the mecha was completed, no matter how strong the MX mecha were, they would not be able to last for long in this kind of rugged, hilly terrain in the middle of the night without any firepower support. The people in the Military Exercise Command Center looked at the screen with a sorrowful and emotional gaze. The MX mecha relied on their mobility to force their way out of the encirclement. However, not long after, they were forcefully surrounded by the indifferent soldiers of the Iron 7th Division. They were surrounded again and divided into a few lonely circles. The clear tactic of the Iron 7th Division was gradually showing its power. However, strangely, Shimin Jin did not use the unmanned cruise missile position that the central mainframe had deployed. Was it because he did not want to use it, or was there another reason? The people in the Military Exercise Command Center were guessing Shimin Jin's intentions. They were calculating the time when the red team would fail. At this time, Du Shaoqing finally stopped resting. He slowly raised his head and looked at the progress on the screen. His indifferent face was still expressionless. The hand holding the lambskin glove gradually relaxed. Number 1 MX main cannon has failed. Damage integration is at 17%. Number 3 MX component has been destroyed. Number 7 MX has entered electronic shielding mode. Other than the normal data of the damaged system, all communications are cut off, unable to locate. The red team has released an electronic interference method. The band level is gamma level 3. According to calculations, within 2 hours, all the red team's electronic interference equipment will not be able to be activated again due to overload. The calm voice of the staff officer finally caused a small fluctuation in the Military Exercise Command Center. Everyone noticed that an MX mecha on the screen had suddenly disappeared. The red team has used all their electronic interference. What are they betting on? General Miles frowned slightly and whispered to himself, "The MX is in a self-shielding state. It is not easy for the Iron 7th Division to discover it. However, the pilot can no longer receive any signals. Doesn't that mean he has become blind and mute?" He shook his head and said, "Is this MX trying to learn from a blind cat that has found a dead mouse? Is he trying to break into the blue team's command center by wandering around in the mountains?" After saying this, General Miles and the other generals around him couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the atmosphere in the field eased a little. "Bring up the real-time satellite image." General Miles frowned and said, "I want to see what this pilot is planning to do. Is he planning to find a big cave and hide there until the end of the exercise?" Half a minute later, a staff officer reported with an unpleasant expression, "Commander, There is a delay in the satellite image. The mecha's movement after blocking the signal was too fast. We are unable to locate it for the time being. Hearing this, the generals sitting in the first row of the military exercise command center were suddenly interested. They all thought of a person's name. Probably only that person could operate a mecha that could reach such a speed. Du Xiaoqing, who was sitting on the sofa on the far right, was expressionless. A hint of interest flashed through his eyes. He thought to himself, what else can Sulu do in this situation? Sulu was not doing anything. Right now, he was panting heavily in the dimly lit cockpit. He was anxiously observing his surroundings through the infrared search equipment and visual ray capture system. He did not even have time to wipe away the sweat that was dripping down his forehead. From the start, they had never thought that they would be able to defeat Iron 7 Division's trump card in a direct confrontation. Everything was only because of Zhou Yu and the other officers' trust in him. The red team had sacrificed a lot. Even 7MX Mecha had fallen into the merciless encirclement of Iron 7 Division. Only then had they found an opportunity for Sulu to hide. The mountains were in the darkest moment before dawn. In the distance, there were faint flashes of white light. Although the sound of explosions could not be heard, the feeling of being filled with blood and fire constantly drifted in the valley. He knew that Zhou Yu and the other officers in the command center were not having a good time. All of their manpower had been invested in the battle on the west side of the Yellow Mountain Ridge. In fact, because most of the command center was virtual combat power, most of the officers were even willing to use themselves as staff officers. It was also because of the stubborn resistance of these officers, the cover of the 7MX Mecha, and even the 18 men of Iron 7 Division, that Sulu was able to find an opening on the battlefield and sneak in. The red team's last and most intense electronic interference attack was to cover for his breakthrough. Sulu brought up the electronic map on the screen and looked at it carefully. Unfortunately, even at the last moment before they blocked themselves and cut off all electronic communication, the officers still could not find the location of Iron 7 Division's command center. Shimin Jin was very similar to Du Xiaoqing. He did not reveal any loopholes at all. Thinking of these two names, Sulu felt a chill in his heart. A shadow flashed across his eyes. He knew that Iron 7 Division was an invincible division in the Federation's military exercises. However, only when he was on the battlefield and saw with his own eyes this meticulous, calm, and machine-like, ferocious, beast-like force could he truly understand how terrifying they were. This battle was too tragic. The Iron 7 Division was indeed ferocious. Even though there was only one battalion participating today, they still fought with the resentment and murderous spirit they had accumulated over the years. Their sharpness was unstoppable and indescribably cold. The tiger in the West Woods had suppressed Du Xiaoqing for 10 years, but Du Xiaoqing had successfully transformed this emotion into the temperament or soul of an army. Once it was displayed on the battlefield, it was truly terrifying. Moreover, the commander named Shimin Jin was indeed very outstanding. The 18 men of Iron 7 Division who had protected him when they entered the mountain area were indeed able to erupt with power that even Sulu praised. However, even though they had killed more than 40 enemies, they were all killed in the end. In front of the ruthless Iron 7 Division, the strength of this small group was mercilessly crushed into powder. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. At this moment, Sulu had to admit that Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7 Division had the right to be proud. His bodyguard, Du Xiaoqing, was already so fierce. What if Du Xiaoqing was personally in command? After a few deep breaths, he calmed down. After confirming that the electronic shielding system was working properly, He quickly keyed in commands with the fingers of his right hand. His left hand gently pushed the control stick, and the black MX mecha glided to the right in the dense forest. The heavy body of the mecha did not make any noise that would have woken Squirrel. It looked more like a ghost. Under the self-shielding system, the MX mecha did not emit any signals other than the visible and infrared devices. It was also unable to receive any signals. The small semi-aperture radar and SSC search system were also forced to shut down. Right now, the mecha he was operating was like a moving rock. It could not see into the distance, nor could it hear any good news carried by the wind. The cadets did not buy much time for him. Once the command center and the 7 MX mechas were destroyed, the Iron 7 Division's defense battalion would retreat. He would not have any more chances. In this tense moment, where every second counted, Sulu did not move. Instead, he closed his eyes. A rock would not always be upright. There were times when it was crazy, and there were times when it was shameless. Sulu thought of the chilling aura emanating from Du Shaoqing's body. He thought of what he had seen with his own eyes. He thought of his comrades being utterly defeated by the Iron 7 Division. His hair stood on end. Not only did he have to complete the difficult mission given to him by the military, but also because of the murderous intent that Du Shaoqing had revealed. In the future, if he had to constantly worry about a famous general behind him trying to eliminate him on the battlefield in the West Woods, it would not be a good life. Therefore, Sulu decided to win this exercise at all costs. He had to suppress the arrogance of the Iron 7 Division. So he decided to cheat. He closed his eyes and stared into the deep darkness. He listened to the smooth and low sounds coming from the cockpit. He said in his heart, "Old thing, I need you to show me the way." There was no response. His mind was blank. There was no white light. There was nothing. This blank state did not last long, but to Sulu it felt as long as a century. The glory of the Charter was his biggest support in the Federation. It was his biggest secret. Even Uncle Lou would not have guessed such a bizarre thing. However, this was also his biggest fear. He did not understand why the old thing would help him. He also did not know when the old thing would abandon him or even arrest him. 7 seconds. Cold sweat dampened the simulation system on his skin. Sulu finally heard a voice that was usually abnormally old-fashioned. Today, however, it was exceptionally pleasant to the ear. "What is it this time?" Chapter 339. Hearing this sentence, all the pores on Su Li's skin opened at the same time. The cold sweat on his skin seemed to turn into mist and dissipated in an instant, leaving behind only a sense of comfort. The reason why he had such a strong feeling was because the previous 7 seconds of silence made him very frightened. The far-flung the glory of the Charter relied on countless aircraft, satellites, ground electronic monitoring networks, and even all the chips used by the government to build a giant network that would never have any gaps. In the past, when Sulu wanted to actively contact the great existence through this network, there was never any delay. The other party was like a god that would answer all his requests, always by his side. He needed to delay for a period of time before he could contact the other party. This was something he had never experienced before. It was just that in the tragic and tense military exercise site, Sulu didn't have enough energy to capture this strange phenomenon and arouse enough vigilance. He just subconsciously felt that the first sentence that the old thing said today was a little different. "Help me find a person, Iron 7th Division, Lieutenant Colonel Shimanjin." Looking at the grid in his left eye, Sulu quickly said. The Federal Central Computer wouldn't always appear in his retina with the face of an old butler. Sometimes it was just some relatively simple and boring lines. He didn't know what kind of algorithm the Federal Central Computer represented. In the Fox Fortress Black Dungeon, Sulu had a lot of conversations with the computer of the Bureau of Proclamation. He was already familiar with and used to this mode of communication in his mind. So even though he knew that the other party was operating a cold and mechanical program, he always felt like he was talking to an old butler. This goes against the charter. Without hearing the complete sentence, Sulu said in his mind, "It's not like you haven't done it before. Although until today, I still don't understand what kind of virus is in your computer to make it go crazy." "You know what I'm doing right now?" Sulu quickly said to the grid of light dots in his mind. "Just treat it as a game. After all, it's not like the last time in the building where I need you to help me kill someone." The old man was silent for a long time. Suddenly, there was a change in his voice as he said, "Since it's a game, why don't I just change the data and kill all of the enemy's simulated troops? Then, I'll send you 2 armies." In the cockpit, Sulu was startled. He lifted the light screen goggles on his eyes. Only then did he remember that a large portion of the simulated firepower in today's military exercise was simulated and distributed by the charter computer. Hearing the old man's suggestion, he couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. He said, "Even if you want to cheat, you should have some professional ethics. You have to leave a way out for others." Because of this shock, he once again missed the opportunity to notice the old thing's abnormality today. It was obvious that the computer program in the depths of the Bureau of Proclamation was very mischievous today. Lee's left, I could see ghosts and people that he couldn't see before. It was like an omniscient and omnipotent radar. However, beyond his own body and even the mecha outside of his body, through the chip behind his neck, he was connected to the charter of the universe. This was his biggest secret. In the darkness before dawn, when the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion was about to win the military exercise, he decided to use this ability that made him feel a little scared and wanted to avoid it. The other end of the black dream fell silent again. The fine light dots condensed into a grid and simulated a 3-dimensional map. It was transmitted into his brain and appeared on his retina if he wanted to, and the old man agreed. He could even peek at the First Lady taking a bath. At this time, it wasn't very difficult to find the calm Lieutenant Colonel Shimin-Jean in the middle of the mountains. If he found Shimin-Jean, he would find the headquarters of the Iron 7th Division. Turning off all of the mecha's detection equipment, Sulu stared at the holographic screen in front of him with his naked eyes. He controlled the black MX mecha and moved silently through the forest. Following the map points in his eyes, he gradually approached his target. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, like a wolf shooting out the light of its prey in the dark forest. After the MX mecha's automatic electronic shielding, it became a rock in the dark night. Regardless of whether it was the heat it emitted or the electromagnetic wave that leaked out from the dual engines, it was all carefully designed and controlled within an extremely small range. The problem was that the MX in this state had a huge disadvantage. It had lost all of its detection equipment. It could only hide, but not launch a surprise attack. However, Sulu, who was controlling the MX, was able to make up for this disadvantage. At 6:13 a.m., a faint ray of light appeared on the horizon, but the surroundings were still pitch black. There were no sounds of birds or insects in the forest, only bursts of light coming from the direction of the yellow mountains in the distance. It looked like the troops commanded by Zhou Yu and those military cadets were still making their last stand. After capturing the location of the Iron 7th Division's headquarters, Sulu used more than 10 minutes to control the Black MX. Like a ghost, under the cover of the night, he used his superb control skills to silently climb over 2 steep mountain peaks and approach the enemy's camp. Along the way, although the heavy mecha couldn't avoid crushing a few rocks and making some noise, startling the two sleeping eagles, the mecha still managed to successfully hide from the Iron 7th Division's strict electronic surveillance equipment under its automatic electronic shielding state. The black MX mecha arrived at the peak of Blue Lake. In front of it was a steep slope, and below it was the command camp of the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion. Looking from afar in the darkness, there were only a few dim lights in the camp, so it was impossible to see how much firepower was hidden. In the mecha, Su Lu frowned as he carefully analyzed the terrain and the enemy's defenses. He knew that stealth would stop here. If the two sides got any closer, they would no longer be within the range of the electronic shielding battle. The black MX mecha's body would be visible to the naked eye. That old thing's earlier words could only be taken as a joke. If the central computer really did suddenly kill all of Blue Team's virtual troops and then transferred 2 divisions worth of troops to Red Team, how could the military exercise continue? Finding the enemy's headquarters was already cheating, but to actually break through the enemy's headquarters and obtain victory in this military exercise, Su Lu had to do it himself. Still haven't found it? In the military exercise command hall, General Miles had a dark expression on his face as he unceremoniously reprimanded the staff officers around him. That MX mecha had already disappeared for a long time. The intense battle at the front line of the Lonely Ridge at Yellow Mountain Ridge had already reached its end, but in the end, the command hall still had not been able to pull up the image of that MX mecha. This sort of information-gathering ability naturally did not satisfy him. Found it! A military staff officer suddenly stood up from behind the workbench and said excitedly, "We found it just now, but there was a delay in the data. The satellite image was only pulled up now." "Then hurry up and show it," General Miles said in a low voice. There were 30 or so large screens in the command hall, and 7 of them showed a circular moving image. In the extremely dark background of the image, only the faint silhouette of a black mecha could be seen. It was running nonstop in the mountains behind the base, leaping and running at an extremely fast speed. "Is that Su Lu?" General Miles frowned as he turned to ask Minister Zhou. Zhou Yingxing's brow was also furrowed, and he said, "Should be. Where is he going? He hasn't slowed down at all." General Miles couldn't quite guess the intentions of that black mecha. Could it be that he knows where 7th Division's headquarters is? Zhou Yingxing shook his head. It's clearly in a completely shielded state. Both sides' public satellite signals can't be received, so how can he find it? Just as the two military bigwigs were whispering to each other, the military exercise command hall gradually quieted down. All of the high-ranking generals and staff officers in charge of the exercise planning had their eyes firmly glued to the silhouette of the MX mecha on the screen. The image taken by the military's precision satellite was very clear, and due to the angle of the lighting, the black mecha that had been running along the mountain ridge was faintly shrouded in a layer of faint light. Facing the rugged, weathered rock face of the mountain, this black mecha was actually running so fast. Whether it was leaping or zigzagging, it had no intention of slowing down. Moreover, looking at the analysis of the dust when the mecha's feet landed on the ground, it was likely that even the sound of the landing would not be too loud. Could this be the true form of the MX mecha? But no matter how advanced the MX mecha was, to be able to run along the mountains at such a high speed and with such stability and serenity, it could only rely on the pilot's superb control skills. In the hands of this pilot, the black mecha's movements were clear and concise, light and agile, exuding an indescribable sense of wonder and beauty. It far surpassed the impression that the average military ace pilot left on others. Who was this pilot? The military exercise command hall was silent. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, to the black Mecca on the screen, walking silently on the other side of the mountain ridge. Du Xiaoqing had been sitting quietly on the sofa on the far right. Even when the entire hall was in awe of the black MX Mecca's silence, he was still unusually calm and cool, not a ripple in his heart. When General Miles and Minister Zhou had thought of the identity of that pilot, he had already determined that the person in the black Mecca could only be Su Lu, for someone who could be chosen by the Federation's military god. If he could not display an extraordinary level of strength, then he would actually be a little disappointed. His right hand held the black lambskin glove lightly as he looked coldly at the black Mecca on the screen. It was advancing like a leopard cat, as if it had completely escaped the shackles of gravity. A hint of interest flashed through his deep eyes. Running like this, could it be that he would be able to find his troops in the mountains? Although the specific commander of this impromptu military exercise was Shimin Jin, Du Xiaoqing still only thought that this was his troops, and they could not be defeated. On the wide screen, only a black MX Mecha could be seen moving forward at full speed, running, jumping, and moving freely and silently among the mountains. The image was a little dull, but what was strange was that even if the two military bigwigs were not watching the black Mecha's figure seriously, no one would have thought of switching the screen. For everyone in the hall, this black Mecha that had disappeared alone should be the winner of this military exercise. All the soldiers in the command hall who were watching the battle were inexplicably nervous and confused. The black Mecha seemed to be running like a headless fly. Did it hide a hidden meaning that no one could guess? This mystery was revealed when the black Mecha stopped for the first time, and also when it stopped for the last time. The black Mecha felt its way to the top of a mountain, and then quietly squatted down, as if preparing for something. There was a camp below the valley. "What is this place?" Minister Zhou asked curiously. Although the military exercise command hall was very clear about the military deployment and losses of both sides. Right now, everyone's eyes had followed the black Mecha for so long that they were a little confused. Blue Pool Mountain, peak number 2. It was still that military staff officer who was in charge of information gathering. He stood up from behind the workbench and said in a trembling voice, full of disbelief, Zhou Yingxing frowned and turned to look at him. That military staff officer licked his dry lips and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "In the valley is the blue team's command center." The black Mecha had run all the way through the mountains without slowing down, and in the end, it had actually bumped into the blue team's command center. At this time, of course, no one believed that this pilot had been a blind cat that had hit the mouse, a headless fly that had headed straight for the washroom, completely relying on luck. Everyone was shocked. A Mecha that could not receive any signals on its own. How could it have found the blue team's command center? General Miles grunted in surprise and sat back down on the sofa. His white eyebrows raised slightly, and he seemed very satisfied. Minister Zhou's face was still calm, but he picked up the cup of tea on the coffee table and slowly took a few sips. The command hall could no longer keep quiet. Everyone began to talk in private, and the buzzing sound was accompanied by feelings of shock, filling the entire underground space. Du Xiaoqing looked at the screen in shock. Even he did not know where Shimin Jin would put the command center, so he had been calm before, but who would have thought that that guy would actually find it? His expression was cold, and 2 dark clouds appeared in his eyes. A major of the Iron 7th Division walked to his side and whispered a few words in his ear, then respectfully handed over the sunglasses. Du Xiaoqing took the sunglasses, but did not put them on. Instead, he coldly placed them on the coffee table beside him. The major hesitated. He wanted to say a few words of advice, but looking at the commander's already cold face, in the end, he did not dare to say anything. Finding the command center does not mean you have the ability to break through the camp. Even I admire Shimin Jin's ability to set up camp. You only have one MX. I want to see how you can break through the camp and win." Du Xiaoqing looked at the black mecha resting on the peak of the mountain on the screen, and a fierce light flashed through his deep eyes. Right at this time, a soft cry came from the command hall. It was not that the black mecha had done something amazing again, but that the first ray of sunlight from planet S1 had finally broken through the horizon and spilled onto the ground. The black MX mecha that was quietly squatting on the peak of the Blue Lake Mountain just happened to welcome the freshest sunlight. In the dim light of dawn, the black mecha bathed to its heart's content, full of solemn beauty. This scene was truly beautiful. After Du Xiaoqing graduated with the highest score from the 1st Military Academy, he was assigned to the 3rd Military Region. Ignoring the military headquarters' request to cherish talent, he forcefully requested to enter the already fallen Iron 7th Division. In the Iron 7th Division, his first position was as the battalion commander of the Independent Battalion. The resurgence of the Iron 7th Division was also due to the victory of the Independent Battalion in a certain military exercise. Du Xiaoqing had been promoted from battalion commander to division commander. The 1st Independent Battalion he led was also reorganized into the local defense battalion that protected the division headquarters. What the black mecha Su Lu was facing was precisely this kind of super mechanized battalion that had a glorious tradition and powerful combat strength. In the impromptu military exercise this morning, despite the efforts of Zhou Yu and the other officers, the 7th team had still been torn apart by the local defense camp. Su Lu, on the other hand, only had one MX mecha, yet he had to face the seemingly calm but definitely heavily guarded headquarters of the local defense camp. The morning light shone on the mountain peak, shining on the black mecha that was half-crouched like a statue. Iron 7th Division headquarters definitely didn't expect a mecha to be able to reach their headquarters in a completely shielded state, but their commander was Shimin Jin. Just as Division Commander Du Xiaoqing had praised, Shimin Jin was a very strict person. Even in this kind of highly modern simulation exercise, he still arranged for human sentries around the camp. The first person to discover the black MX mecha was a soldier on the western sentry post. Without any warning, a sharp alarm rang through the quiet valley. The small radius precision radar began to scan wildly, trying to determine the location of the enemy. Early in the morning was the best time to launch a sneak attack, but it definitely wasn't suitable for Iron 7th Division. The exercise had only started in the early morning, so all the officers and soldiers of this division still maintained a very clear mind and spirit. From the moment they had discovered the black MX mecha, it had only taken 3 seconds for the self-propelled cannons around the camp to aim at the peak of Blue Pond Peak under the guidance of the electronic system. With a violent roar, the cannons fired without hesitation. In an instant, the roar was so loud that the entire valley seemed to shake. Who knew how many self-firing cannons Shimin Jin had set up around the camp headquarters? These self-firing cannons were simple to equip and easy to set up. They didn't have much destructive power in the mountains, but once they were used to fire at fast targets on the slopes, they were extremely powerful. Could it be that Iron 7th Division had thought from the start that the mecha could break through the camp? Or could it be that this was an ambush? Su Lu didn't think too much about it. From the moment he had appeared on the peak, he had entered battle mode. It was only natural that he would be discovered by the enemy, so he didn't panic. As for what kind of defensive measures Iron 7th Division had set up around the camp headquarters, it was none of his business. He was a simple and direct person. With an axe, he would smash a future, and with a knife, he would cleave a ray of light. Right now, with the MX mecha in hand, the strength in his body was surging. Other than rushing down, he had not prepared a second battle plan. for himself at all. It was precisely because of this kind of absolute heroism that the Black Mecha rushed down the steep slope from the peak. Even if it wasn't a sneak attack, it was still a sneak attack. 3 seconds later, the self-firing cannons were all aimed at the top of the Black Mecha. From this, one could see how fast the mecha was. Sitting in the cockpit, Sulu stared at the holographic screen in front of him. His left eye was looking at the eye-catching row of citizen numbers in the Valley camp. He felt the intense vibrations coming from the mecha, but his heart was unprecedentedly calm. Every time he entered the mecha, he would enter a very strange mental state. It was as if the mecha was the real world, while the outside world was completely isolated. There were only countless data models moving quickly there. His left hand pushed the control stick fiercely, his right hand quickly entering commands. The simulation system was at full power, the precision instruments magnifying and correcting every tiny movement of his body, then faithfully reproduced by the Black MX mecha. Silently and sternly, the mecha charged down the mountain peak. The Black mecha rushed down the steep slope from the peak. There was no longer any sense of lightness, only an unstoppable momentum. With every step the heavy alloy mecha took, a few pieces of rock burst out. It was as if the entire mountain peak was trembling. The huge recoil force was absorbed by the mecha's highly efficient connecting devices and spherical joints, turning into a forward momentum. Thus, with every step the Black mecha took, its speed increased by a few notches. Under the mecha's feet, the mountain rocks cracked like a yellow dragon in the morning light. At the end of the yellow dragon, the Black MX mecha's body was unusually cold. Its speed increased to the point where the mecha's movement frequency could not be seen clearly. "What is he trying to do?" asked General Miles, frowning in the command hall. "Speed up?" said Zhou Yingxing uncertainly, his brow also tightly furrowed. "He's going to fall to his death if he speeds up any more," said General Miles silently. With the current slope of Blue Pool Mountain, if the Black mecha continued to speed up like this, there was no need for Iron 7th Division's concentrated artillery fire at all. He would fall to his death. However, he believed that the young man his old teacher had chosen would give him another surprise like before, so he did not say this out loud. Shimin Jin did not think that the Black mecha charging down from the monitor would fall to his death, because even after being attacked, he still maintained the absolute calm of a commander. The other party had gone through untold hardships to find their way to his camp, definitely not to commit suicide, so he decided to send the other party on his way. Today's military exercise, the battle in the Lonely Mountains and Yellow Mountain Ridge, had been decided. Although the resistance of the officers and cadets was unexpectedly fierce, making it difficult for him to deal with, in the end, they had won. As long as they destroyed this Black mecha, which could be either amazing or stupid, the Iron 7th Division would welcome another victory. Fire from all directions. Shimin Jin calmly gave the order. He picked up his cup of coffee and took a sip, allowing the staff officer beside him to operate the electronic workstation. He had carefully studied all of the technical parameters of the MX mecha, so he was very clear about the terrifying movement speed and close-range combat ability of this new mecha. Thus, he was very certain that under his long-prepared, all-around attack this time, that Black mecha would definitely be hit continuously. The first round of concentrated fire from the howitzers did not even graze the side of the Black mecha. It was as comical as setting off a round of fireworks to cheer on the Black mecha's heroic attack. But inside the mecha, Sulu was abnormally calm. The Iron 7th Division, who had won 37 consecutive military exercises, would not be flustered by a sneak attack, even though the person personally in command this time was not that cold and ruthless division commander due, as expected, the reactivated MX's onboard radar. An SCC search system suddenly emitted a shrill warning. Trembling violently, Sulu stared at the screen and narrowed his eyes. Looking at the complex lines on the screen that represented lethality, Sulu really could not understand. Could it be that Shiman Jean had guessed that he would charge down from this hillside? Otherwise, how could the opponent's battalion headquarters have perfectly repositioned all the howitzers in such a short amount of time? Or could it be that the Iron 7th Division's usual training was already at such a terrifying level? Hundreds of howitzers were already roaring towards him. Sulu did not have much time to think. On this kind of slope, the Iron 7th Division's firepower area was precisely controlled to an oval area in front of and behind him. It was truly terrifying. The MX Mecha could withstand the howitzers head-on, but it could not withstand too many of them. Moreover, if the battle damage system determined that the damage was too severe, it could be immediately disqualified. Right then, the only thing Sulu's black mecha needed to do was to dodge these densely packed horizontal grenades. However, this also seemed to be something that was completely impossible to do. No matter how great the mobility of the MX Mecha was under such a complex barrage of firepower, even the strongest Federation pilot would find it difficult to make precise dodging. The military exercise command hall was silent. Many of the officers looked at the screen with mixed feelings. On the screen, the 200-meter radius of the slope at the foot of Blue Cake Mountain had already been plowed by the howitzers. Although they did not carry actual ammunition, those high-speed ejections had still blasted countless bits of the hard mountain rock into pieces, sending dust and smoke into the air. The high-ranking officers who were watching this military exercise were still in awe of the Black Mecha's elusive methods and heroic charge. Now, seeing Iron 7th Division's steel-like calmness and computer-like precision of calculation, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. In the shortest amount of time, they had made the most appropriate response. When the enemies seemed to be at their strongest, they had used the simplest of volleys to strangle this heroic attack in its cradle. Report the damage of that mecha. General Miles said urgently. The officers in the hall were somewhat surprised. Under such concentrated firepower, did the commander still think that the mecha would be able to retain a certain amount of combat power? It should be known that this volley of howitzers by the local defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division looked simple, but in reality, the timing and area of effect had been perfect. After hearing General Miles's words, the staff officer was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly pulled up the data. When everyone in the hall saw the damage figures of the mecha, they could not help but think that the staff officer had been too flustered and gotten the numbers wrong. Not even 2% of the battle losses were achieved. General Miles's expression gradually became strange as he stared at the image magnified by the staff officer on the screen. On the screen, the Black Mecha was in the midst of the smoke and dust. Amidst the hail of bullets, its entire body trembled. Countless high-speed howitzers brushed past it, making it difficult for the enemy to reach it. In an extremely dangerous situation, the Black Mecha could be hit at any time, but it relied on its incredible maneuvering to twist the body of the mecha, jumping around like a ray of black light. It was like an old willow tree that was gradually darkening in color, no matter how the wind and rain hit it, but it was always strong enough to survive. General Miles stood up abruptly. With an extremely complicated expression, he looked at the trembling figure of the Black Mecha on the screen with passion and sadness. He couldn't help but think of the past, of that old man who had brought him through life and death. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.